With the 2025 NBA draft quickly approaching, I decided that it's time for me to consolidate all of my research and opinions into one giant video. I know that this video is pretty long, but the decision for me to make a bid board video inherently comes with that risk, and I think it's something that I can actually be proud of. I've done a lot of research into this draft class, probably more research in terms of the depth of the class going through 2 rounds as I've done in a really long time, if ever, and a lot of the times it doesn't show up on this channel, so I wanted to take on a really large project before the draft as somewhat of a culminating capstone of my research and my opinions into how these guys are going to be, especially since I really enjoy seeing how my predictions come to life when players end up in the league. But before we get into talking about my big board, I wanted to talk about my personal methodology in deciding my rankings, as well as how I like to evaluate talent. And so after going through each player, I decided for my top 59, now 58 after Momo Gay withdrew from the draft. I decided to be rather subjective and do career projections for each player based on their roles, based on a ceiling, a floor, and an average outcome. And I weighed these 3 in helping me organize my list. And it should go without saying that these labels are obviously not definitive. Some players on my list will have average projections that are better than another player, but I might be lower on them because of things like an attractive ceiling or a frightening floor. And generally that's the fun of the draft. It's all predictions and anything can happen, and you look at the stats, you look at what you hear about guys, and you watch a lot of film, but at the end of the day it is purely speculation and nobody bats 1,000, and that's why I love the draft personally. And so one thing that I really considered while going through this was ranking these players based off of where I see the trends of the league going and what makes a productive player, as well as my own personal draft philosophies. And to be honest, I'm someone who values a lot more of a projectable outcome with a player, such as for example, we'll get into Kon Knueppel. He's someone that I think can, at the very least, be a high-impact starter and a role player with those tangible assets being his great shooting ability and his quick processing. And I prefer that as opposed to someone who's a lot more of a raw prospect that could be a project that inevitably doesn't work out. As someone who has been following the draft for, I guess, over a little bit over a decade now, I've seen a lot of projects fail. And usually the best GMs are lauded for the swings they make that end up working out, and obviously that's where the best value is, but at the end of the day, that's just not that common. And so that is something that I factor a lot into my draft rankings. And in general, I am lower on this draft class than a lot of people seem to be. Especially with the depth of the draft, I think that a lot of people would agree with me in saying this, though, that the impact of NIL on the size of the class has reduced the depth. I'll probably have a video coming up later this summer of just players that I had ranked pretty highly in this class that ended up going back to college. With that being said, towards the end of the second round, there's probably a lot of players that might not have any type of NBA career, just hoping to maybe stick around on a 2-way because of that fact. But with that being said, I still have a couple of guys that I really like in terms of having some star upside, and a lot of guys that I think will actually have great careers as high-level role players and contributors to playoff basketball. But I don't quite believe in the star upside of a lot of players that may go in this lottery, hence why I'll have them lower on my board generally than a lot of the consensus mocks have. And, just thinking about the consensus mocks in general, a big thing that I disagree with those is they're almost always wrong. And so I don't mind straying from consensus at all with risking my reputation on the line, because, if you look down the line of consensus mocks, consensus big boards, obviously the first pick for the most part works out, and the top 3, you're usually getting valuable players. But when you dip into that mid to late lottery, it really gets a lot more volatile. And so, when I'm ranking my players, I may have some guys really high and some guys really low, and don't think it's a definitive list, but more of a mental predictive model that I've developed over the years. So hopefully if you made it this far in the discussion before I've gotten into my clips and talking about players, you're interested in the draft and what I have to think. So one thing I love on this channel is being able to reply to everyone in the comments. I will always reply to comments and engage in fun NBA scouting discussions. So, you know, if you have your own draft philosophy, please let me know, because I would love to duke it out in the comments with some arguments. But with all that being said, let's get into the video. And so, to nobody's surprise, my top player in the 2025 NBA draft is Duke's Cooper Flagg. If you look at my channel, you'll see that last summer, after I saw his Team USA Select footage, I was very convinced that I would have him first on my board no matter what, and that was true, and I said it in my video I made before he even touched foot on Duke's campus. Flagg had a historic season with Duke where he won the National Player of the Year as a freshman, which obviously puts him in rare air, where he averaged 19 points, 7.5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1.5 steals and blocks per night, which was pretty insane for a kid who just turned 18. And not only that, but in Duke's run to the Final Four, he was very clearly the man and shot nearly 40% from three, 85% from the line, and had an effective field goal percentage of 53.3%, all while having been 17 up until late December. I mean, he's the youngest player in the draft and also the best current player. And so he combines excellent upside with the chance to contribute at a high level right away. And, you know, like I said, I've been following the draft for a little bit over a decade now, and I would say honestly that I haven't been any more excited for a prospect than him, other than Victor Wembanyama. And I truly believe in Flagg to become an MVP candidate level player. And so that's why I have a ceiling at that. And he's the only one in this class that I think has a ceiling of being someone who is in MVP talks and considerations. For his floor, I really cannot see him being any worse than a valuable sub all-star type player who contributes meaningfully to a playoff team. So this is assuming maybe he doesn't quite get the on-ball acumen that I expect him to. Maybe the shot was inconsistent this year, but I think at the very baseline, what Cooper Flagg will be coming into the league, and if, you know, things don't work out in terms of development, he's still going to be someone who is an above average defender, a connective piece, and, you know, a hustle-based glue guy who will be great in the locker room and a hard worker. And so, yeah, my floor is him being one of the most valuable role players in the league, and that's the very worst outcome for him, obviously barring injuries and things like that. But on average, I have him being an all-NBA player, which is certainly lofty, but in my opinion, justified. Cooper Flagg is exactly the type of player that has found success in the league, honestly throughout the history of the league, but especially more recently, because he is a versatile, do-it-all defensive weapon on the wing. And not only does he have the defensive playmaking chops to be a dominant force with the steals and the blocks, but he guards with the best of them as well. And so, like I said, what I will be looking for as he gets into the league and what I would hope for him to develop is his handle, because even though his shooting took a major leap and the form looks great, if he's going to be at an MVP level, he'll need to be able to break down high-level defenders, and he'll need to be able to get shots on his own and create from others, and that starts with the handle. And considering how excellent he is as a passer, paired with the fact that he was in the 91st percentile for pick-and-roll ball handler efficiency, I am prone to have this strong belief in him. And from a character perspective, he is as competitive, as hardworking as it gets. You know, I've seen interviews, I've listened to intel, and he checks all the boxes for me. And he's really a generational, well, I mean, people throw around the word generational a lot, but he's truly one of the more elite prospects in recent years. And since he checks all the boxes for someone who really wants to make it happen in the league, not only does he want it, but he has it already. And so I'm completely sold. And if he busts, you know, honestly, it will be one of the greatest shocks of my tenure in following the draft. Obviously, with Cooper Flagg being a prospect that I very much value highly, there is a relatively large drop-off in this class to me after the first selection, which, given Cooper's monolithic status as a prospect, I would argue is unsurprising. But Dylan Harper at the second choice for me, I think can give a lot of teams things to love. And for me, what's impressing me the most right now about Dylan Harper is his footwork, and especially as a driver. Dylan Harper is extremely creative around the basket as well, and does an excellent job at using his pivots to work for a layup. He's very creative with the pivot, often spinning and then spinning the other direction, using pump fakes to get defenders off the floor. And it's this level of below the rim creativity that I think could get a center off balance, or even, allow him to hit a cutter as well once he cleans some things up in terms of playmaking that I will discuss. But I do think that something that is hindering his ability to be an even more dynamic playmaker and a greater player at the moment is his handle, which I think is a little more awkward for my liking right now. To nitpick the fundamentals a little bit, I think he just dribbles too low to the ground, and so he is not really able to work around screens as quickly as I would hope, because he has to stick with the ball. I think he needs to be, you can't really argue saying that a tight handle is a bad thing, but I think he needs to be a little more free with the ball, if that makes sense. And you can see it in the clips. He keeps it very low, and that kind of leads him to over dribble as well, and makes him honestly a little more predictable. But since he is so big and strong and quick, it's hard to stop him on drives anyways. So, even though he has that awkward handle, his speed and efficiency as a driver is still nonetheless incredible. And giving his ability to already be able to break down a defense via driving at such a high level, it's not surprising that a lot opened up for him at Rutgers, albeit having a relatively bad roster around him apart from Ace Bailey. And it allowed him to score nearly 20 points per night, grab 4.5 rebounds, and dish out 4 assists per game on great rim efficiency. And just spitballing once again about the handle, I wonder if it's because he has that 6'10.5" wingspan, which is so impressive for someone who measured in at just around 6'5" at the combine. And, I think that if he can find a way to confidently dribble slightly higher off of the ground, he'll have a lot more opportunities to break down the defender off of screens. The slow dribble keeps him from being able to immediately attack, and he does take some time to hesitate before he drives. But once he does drive, like I said, it is very difficult to stay in front of him, and he is great at finishing through contact. He is great at fooling defenders. And so given that excellent footwork and the size, Dylan Harper has come to develop a nice set of post moves as well. And, given the success of guys like Jalen Brunson have had as a guard in the post, I would expect, barring something absolutely mind-boggling at this point, given all the intel, I would expect the Spurs and Mitch Johnson to give him the freedom to get into what's called a Barkley action, where he'll drive into the post on the block. And since he finishes well through contact on top of this and shot at an insane 67.5% at the rim, I give him an all-NBA ceiling. And I think his floor is a starter on a below 500 team. And I gave him an average projection of an all-star. And he's actually the only other person that I've given an average projection of an all-star +2 in this draft. So him and Cooper. And he's the only other one whose floor I have as a starter. And at least an average starter. And so for him to reach his ceiling, I think the jumper has to really come a long way. He shot 33% and from 3, and obviously there's a chance that it never does. So when you're looking at a prospect, you have to consider what happens if certain things that you would hope to develop or expect to develop just don't develop the way that it might be supposed to. And so despite this, I do think that his mechanics look fine, and he's shown some prowess as a catch-and-shoot threat with a synergy efficiency percentile of 87th. And the stats support this claim, given that. And I think for him to become a dribble jumper threat long-term, he'll need to improve both his handle and that jumper into a more fluid motion, because although the mechanics are good, the release is still a little bit questionable, which, once again, these are things that are possible. It's hard to work on your frame or your basketball IQ most times, but if you're already a high IQ player, these things are a lot more easily amendable. And just to contextualize them, thinking about guards from previous years, I was definitely more excited about guys like John Moran or Luka Doncic and Cade Cunningham coming in, But I still rate Dylan Harper as a prospect higher than any guard probably since Cade Cunningham coming in. He's certainly a great prospect, but these concerns that I've mentioned are real and may bar him from reaching a level that teams like to hope for with the second pick in the draft. And so even despite this at his size and with his ability to finish at this age, you'd bet on him to figure it out. And you know what, actually, I probably thought Scoot Henderson was a better prospect than Dylan Harper, but obviously that doesn't look great now. But on the defensive end, he's certainly not a stopper, but since he has this wingspan, he does an awesome job at jumping passing lanes and getting out on the break, which is reflected by his 1.6 blocks per game, which is out of control, insane. And given his frame, I don't think he'll turn out to be someone who gets hunted defensively by any means, but the lack of lateral athleticism definitely makes me wonder if he'll be a noticeably positive defender. But, you know, given all of his talents and tools, and I've been pretty negative on a guy I'm super high on, I'm confident in saying Dylan Harper could have the second best career of all players in the 2025 NBA draft. Okay, so now that we've gone the easy two out of the way, I recognize that my third player on my board is going to be controversial, but I'm okay with that. And even though I don't think that Kon Knueppel has a higher upside than some guys like VJ Edgecombe or Ace Bailey, for example, I am still putting him higher than these prospects. And the primary reason why I have Kon Knueppel as my third best prospect is the strong translatable skills that he possesses that will easily be something that NBA teams like to value. This is why I was high on Dalton Knecht last year, and it's why I'm high on a lot of high feel for the game shooters as they come into the draft. And I genuinely think that Kon Knueppel will enter the league and immediately be one of the most elite shooters in the NBA, and therefore be a great complementary player. I mean, you look at the dude's fundamentals strictly from a jumper standpoint, and it is almost essentially how you would try and coach a player to shoot. He was maybe the most efficient scorer in all of college basketball last year with a high volume, averaging 14.5 points, 4 rebounds, 2.7 assists, and was approximately in the 50-40-90 club. He led the ACC in free throw percentage at around 92%, and he took difficult shots. And so as a movement shooter, Kon is truly lethal with great off-ball movement and shooting fundamentals on the move as well. And I think it's something that he can even get better at. And it's something that a lot of teams will likely want him to do to be a complementary player in the NBA. And it's not easy to do, and guys get paid a lot of money to do it as long as they can defend to a certain level. And I'll get into it, but that's my main concern with Kon. And like I said similar things about Dalton Knecht, but I would say that Knueppel projects to be a much better shooter than Dalton Knecht did, with a lot more going for him at a much younger age as well. And obviously, however, for a guy who's going to be a lottery pick, it will be tough for him to really shine as a winning player unless he somehow gets drafted by a competitive team via trade, or if he goes third to the Sixers. So with Kon, what I will be hoping to see is the continuation of his development in on-ball creation, especially if he ends up on a team that doesn't really have a lead guard. And so at Duke, Kon played some point guard when Tyrese Proctor and Cooper Flagg weren't in the game, and I was definitely impressed by what I saw. I made a video about him a few weeks ago, and what really stood out to me with him was his ability to make great use of his body and create separation in the pick and roll, which for someone who doesn't have the best NBA body, 6'6" wingspan, 6'4" frame, and is a little on the heavier side, that ability to make his body an advantage instead of a disadvantage on the offensive end is very promising, and it definitely stood out to me a lot. And in these pick and roll settings, he used his body well, like I said, which allowed him to hit Khaman Maluach so many times for efficient lobs. And a lot of his playmaking came from hitting the roller and especially hitting Khaman Maluach. And so if he gets drafted by a team like the Pelicans, for example, I would hope that they let him get into some actions with Zion early on and just see what happens if he is looking to move the ball. And if this is something that Kon Knueppel can do in the league, I would be very excited about what he can become and what he can produce, because the shooting is already so automatic and it's not something I am worried about by any means. And so while he doesn't have the handling chops just yet to break down his defender on drives or for dribble jumpers, he's definitely a quick processor and a creative problem solver, which is an extremely valuable skill in the NBA, and honestly is very underrated, because there are a lot of guys that will probably go in this lottery that do not think the game very well and probably will not have great careers. And, you know, having this mental ability to process the game allows someone who is not very quick or athletic and doesn't have a great handle to create separation and get those high efficiency looks. And so for Kon, I also gave him a high NBA ceiling, but I gave him a floor as a rotation player, kind of like in that Luke Kennard role, and a sub all-star player as an average projection, as one of those types of players who is an extremely high value role player but doesn't quite make the all-star team. And this is super relevant because a guy that I think Kon could project to be like is Desmond Bane, and we saw Desmond Bane make a lot of money and get traded for a lot of picks, so it's a valuable player. And so Kon, his X factor in my opinion is his defense for sure, and I think it will be the greatest risk for him. You know, he's a solid team defender, plays well in the gaps, but he's very ineffective at navigating screens right now. And you know, I saw a lot of film for him where he just gets game planned into some sticky situations. I talked about it in the YouTube video I have up about him, so if you're interested in seeing a more deep dive into Kon, definitely go watch that. But given every interview I've listened to that has him, I think he'll continue not only work hard at refining his body, but his defensive footwork and his ability to mitigate the issues he has on that end. And he's much better at staying in front of players and being a connected piece defensively. So with all that in mind, I think he'll definitely be a player with a very long career in the league and will be a positive contributor to potentially a plus 500 team year in and year out. And I honestly think teams will probably pass on him earlier in the lottery in favor of bigger swings. But for me, I trust what he is more than the swings that I have down on the board, and I just really love Kon Knueppel's game. So draft nerds will never be able to talk me out of Tre Johnson. And in this situation, I don't care what the advanced stats are. The film really shows someone who already has one of the most coveted skills in the NBA, which is elite shot creation. On jumpers, Tre Johnson was hyper efficient, leading the way for Texas, just shooting shy of 40% from three with an utterly insane shot diet of attempts. You know, a lot of it is dribble pull-ups, step backs, side steps, just a lot of pro scoring moves, and to shoot that efficient at the college level is insane. And he averaged 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 2.7 assists per game, and shot nearly 90% from the line. And so if you look at the film, it's pretty apparent that his ability to create separation off the dribble is the best in the class by far, bar none, in my opinion. And he has an incredible arsenal of step backs, side steps, and crossovers that give him so much room to get a shot off. And as a 6'6" guard with a 6'10" and a quarter wingspan, he will be able to continue doing this in the league. Not only does he take huge leaps on things like his step backs and his side steps, which allow him to create the separation that way, but those long arms make a very difficult to contest shot. And so the star upside for Tre Johnson is very much there. And a lot of people will probably liken him to Cam Thomas because he's not much of a facilitator, but he still had good assist numbers. But unlike Cam Thomas, Tre Johnson has great off-ball movement and is valuable as an off guard, and he is a willing passer as well. He has a great catch and shoot game and is a good movement shooter and doesn't stop the ball from moving quite on the level of a Cam Thomas, and I'm really convinced that he won't end up being that type of guy unless he ends up in a weird situation, but I think he should be fine. Moreover, this role was what was required of him at Texas, where the team was not that talented, and it brought them to an NCAA play-in appearance. And he's not the quickest getting downhill, and this will really be what his main criticism is from scouts. And he doesn't get a ton of lift on those drives, but his low rim efficiency of just above 50% is absolutely concerning. Just because I have him higher than most people doesn't mean I'm not going to acknowledge what his problems are. And with guards having this low rim efficiency, it will be tricky for him to immediately make this type of impact at the next level like he's been doing in college. But, given the moves that I've seen and the fact that it's just time in and time out, these tough shot-making elements is always on display, and so efficient is why I am willing to block out some of the noise on Tre Johnson. And he has really deep range as well and does a lot of his best work in the corners, especially when it comes to isolation. And so I would be excited to see him getting some isolation plays for him in the league after coming off of things like maybe an elevator screen or a pin down, but that all relies on the coach of the team that drafts him, and hopefully they will empower him as an offensive weapon. And there's a chance that he could be a guy that has one of those amazing summer league stretches and then gets buried down the rotation when the team's actual coach doesn't quite believe in him. But I really do think it'll be tough to ignore this level of shot-making ability. And for that reason, I have his average projector as like a Tyler Hero, Peyton Pritchard type of player, where earlier in their careers they could win a Sixth Man of the Year and then maybe have the chance to become more after that, with the case of Tyler Hero, an all-star. And I actually gave Tre Johnson ceiling All-NBA because in a perfect world, that level of unstoppable, tough shot making is an All-NBA player. And given his lack of strength and athleticism, I am concerned about his defensive ability as well. But that wingspan is pretty awesome. And given that I gave him a floor of a bench spark plug, because you think about a guy like Tre Johnson and what he is, what he looks like. He looks like the Lou Williams and the Jamal Crawfords and the Cam Thomases and the Jordan Clarksons. And so I think that is what his floor inevitably will be, because at the end of the day, even if he is a terrible defender, doesn't move the ball, that level of scoring will be valuable to some team at some point. And the positives on the defensive end, in my opinion, is that I don't think he's very risky, but there are also times where he can be lazy. And these are things that worry me. I hate seeing someone who's lazy as opposed to simply not having the physical tools or the footwork, because that shows a low character. But, I do believe in him. Obviously, I have him fourth. But there are also times where I think, it is a chance for him to clean things up on this end. And I don't think that he's an abysmal playmaker, like I said, in that Cam Thomas realm. But if he can improve at his reaction time and hitting open teammates, I really do think he could hit his ceiling of that All-NBA player and have a better career than Kon Knueppel or Dylan Harper. And obviously, even if he does become a positive playmaker, it's still not that possible he makes it to an All-NBA team, which is why I'm more prone to believe in the Sixth Man of the Year trajectory that I mentioned earlier. But still, like I said, I don't think this is incredibly deep of a draft class, but altogether, a Sixth Man of the Year is a very valuable player. Okay, so at this point in the draft cycle, Ace Bailey has been amazingly controversial. There's been a lot of reports that are not in his favor, whether it was the fact that he measured in at 6'7.5", I believe, at the combine when he was previously listed at 6'10", or the various interviews and strange quotes he's had, coming all the way down to the recent reports that are coming out, which say that he's refusing to work out for certain teams up and down the lottery. It's clear that Ace Bailey, aside from even the mixed baggage we're getting with him as a player, is going to be very troubling as a prospect, and there are a lot of red flags for him with me that make me want to consistently move him lower. But when I think about who he could be with the talent and the upside, obviously it is kind of difficult to sift through that. And so even with everything out of the way, I'm not that high on him, but there still kind of is a place for a shot creating wing on every draft board. But on the surface, the idea of a I guess he's 6'8", 6'8" wing with an ability to make very tough shots is a very attractive prospect. But like I said, there's a few things I'm still worried about, especially with his game. And not only that, but if the efficiency and the shot selection don't quite come around, I really have a hard time envisioning exactly how he can carve out a positive role in the league. You know, if you think about what Ace Bailey has given to Rutgers as one of their go-to scorers, it's hard for me to think about what could happen if scoring isn't something that he is all that efficient with. And so this is paired with, like I said, the strange stretches of quotes and interviews, and it makes me think about him transcending as someone who's confident and possibly entering into arrogance, which worries me about his on-court fit as well in a winning situation. And as a shot creator, I don't really think he creates the space that I'd like to see from him right now. And while he did show some great flashes at Rutgers, he did have a lot of struggles, which could be attributed to the lack of spacing around him on that team. But he had plenty of low efficiency shooting nights. And if he falls into a bad rebuilding situation, which I guess he might be trying to avoid, I would expect to see things go south for him. And there's a historical precedent for high-risk wing prospects failing in bad situations. And it's the unfortunate truth that there are a bunch of landmines in this lottery where I don't think are good situations for him. So maybe I guess I can credit him and his agent for doing things like this, but it's never really a good precedent. But even with these concerns, I still have him where I do on my board because of the shot making and the upside for him to become a great two-way player, because given all of his tools, I still would say he could be someone who has maybe the second highest ceiling in this class right behind Cooper Flagg. And if it all works out, maybe he's someone who's in those MVP conversations. But at Rutgers, he averaged 17.6 points, 7.2 rebounds, and 1.3 assists per game, while shooting 46% from the field, 34 from three, and under 70 from the line. But on the defensive end, gave a steal and a block and a half per game. So, you know, the stats are looking solid in terms of volume, not great in efficiency, and then the stocks numbers are actually quite impressive. But despite these stats, you know, he struggled immensely to get other teammates involved and was not that effective at sizing up defenders on a per possession basis, and definitely not as effective in terms of the stats and the film as Tre Johnson, for example. And not only that, but his defensive film will show a player that doesn't really compete very much on that end. You know, he gives effort, but he's not necessarily leading to great outcomes all the time. Obviously, the stock numbers are great, and with the frame, you would expect him to clean things up in terms of IQ and footwork, but I tend to be a little more pessimistic on that. But he does have a solid ability, at least, at guarding the point of attack on drives. And so while evaluating Ace Bailey, I have just had a difficult time shaking my personal draft gut feeling that it just will not work out, which is why I gave him a floor of a reserve and an average projection of a non-winning starter. I don't really have an example off the top of my head, but someone who is not necessarily someone who could play in the second or third round of the playoffs, but someone who is simply an above average starter on, you know, a middle to lower level team. And, you know, I'm not trying to compare apples to apples here, but last year before the draft, I made a video about bad archetypes, in which I likened guys like Ron Holland and Tidjane Salaam to the classic type of wing that I've been discussing that's raw and has a low IQ that doesn't really ever make much of an impact in the league. And, you know, once again, by no means am I saying that he's going to have a cataclysmic rookie season like I accurately predicted Tidjane Salaam would have, but my point more generally is that wing prospects are very difficult to get right, and they're very difficult to assess as well. And for Bailey, you know, things like the attitude and the lack of film, showing him to be an athletic presence and a positive teammate, certainly scare me. And so I gave him a non-winning starter projection on average, like I said, because obviously with his ability to score, I mean, below 500 teams will certainly call his number for more than a few years in the NBA, but I don't know if the Ace Bailey experience really includes valuable playoff production. And at the end of the day, that's how I personally like to value and evaluate players in general. Okay, so for this entire draft cycle, I've been super intrigued by VJ Edgecombe, and during the months leading up to the draft, I've really had a hard time figuring out exactly what I think about him and where I would like to rank him relative to the other players on my board. And so for a long time, I thought that he might be in this archetype of non-shooting athletic players that too often come to fail in the draft, but as his percentages began to rise over the course of his freshman year at Baylor, I actually became more confident in his ability to become somewhat of a difference maker in the NBA, at least not fall out of the league and fail. And I am really impressed by his most glaring skill, which is his athleticism. And he's definitely one of the better athletes in this class. As a driver, he's nearly impossible to stay in front of, and yet only was a 56th percentile rim finisher per synergy, which is a little troubling. And so when you think about someone who is not really a projectable shooter right away and someone who has been touted as this dynamic driver, you know, it's been a pretty unremarkable percentage efficiency-wise. So it's something to think about and look out for, which is why I don't have him as high as some other people probably will. But nonetheless, I obviously was impressed by his averages of 15 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 3.2 assists per night on 43, 36, 78 splits, but even more impressive, 2.1 steals and 0.6 blocks per night. And defense is obviously the calling card for VJ Edgecombe, who was previously thought to be 6'2" and is now a pretty clear 6'4"-ish. I think he measured at 6'4" without shoes, so I don't know how the league's going to change listed heights, but the size is very real with him, which is definitely a good thing. And so one thing that I both love and hate about VJ Edgecombe is that he is always in go mode, he is always full of energy, and he is ready to put his head at the rim for a chase down block or run the floor as fast as he can for a dunk in transition. And the reason why I don't quite like this as much, though, is because not every team in the league will appreciate this about him. I wish I was joking, but the first time I watched his clips, I thought I accidentally had my film set to 1.5 speed. That is how quickly he moves. And so I think his success in the league really depends on fit, as opposed to maybe a guy like, for example, Cooper Flagg or Khaman Maluach. He's definitely someone who it really matters what system he gets into, disregarding simply the rotation. And so, for example, if the Pacers were in the lottery, I think he'd be an awesome fit for them. But not every team plays like them. And so in a more half-court, grinded-out offensive setting, I'm definitely concerned that if he falls to a team like that early on, he might be sped up and make some unfortunate mistakes that may sour a team opinion of him and bury him in the rotation, and then he ends up on a second team without the opportunity. This is how the draft goes. I mean, not to compare, once again, apples to apples, but something similar happened to Dennis Smith Jr., and there are players throughout the history of the league who fall into somewhat of a wrong developmental path, the wrong system, end up on another team, aren't given a chance because they're not drafted, or they're not on the team that drafted them, and then things kind of fizzle out from there. So that's something I'm very concerned about with Edgecombe. But like I mentioned, I was excited to see him having improved shooting numbers from over the course of the year, which is much different than guys like Egor Demin and Kasparas Jakucionis, who we'll get into, who went the opposite way. And if he can consistently knock down, catch and shoot open threes, it will open up so much for him as an offensive weapon and potentially make him a secondary creator of a playoff team, which is very far from now. But if defenders have to respect him on the perimeter, his driving would reach astronomical levels of devastation, I think. And my only real wish for him would, I wish he was like a little taller, because he doesn't quite have the guard skills that I'd be looking for on ball. And I'm not confident in having him make on-ball decisions as a combo guard who might have to even play point at times. And so hopefully he comes into a situation with a playmaker already in place for him. But nonetheless, I gave him, yet again, a ceiling of an all-NBA player, because a lot of these guys high on my board are going to have very high ceilings, but the volatility of them is obviously what makes them called swings at the plate. and that's why a lot of these prospects fail. But I think he has a rotational piece floor, and the average projection, once again, similar to Ace Bailey, as like a losing starting player, which I don't really value that much, and I have guys who on average I think project to be better than VJ Edgecombe, but once again, why I'm going to have him as high as I do is because of what that ceiling is. And so really pay attention to what my average projection is, but especially when we come to this high in the draft, the ceiling matters a lot because a lot of these teams are in losing situations and want to find players who they can develop into reaching that ceiling. But for VJ to reach a ceiling, he needs to continue growing as a shooter and as a playmaker, like I said. But he can benefit a lot from being an excellent defender and a true defensive playmaker. A lot of times in this year at Baylor, he would have the ability to save them from a defensive breakdown using his verticality to block without fouling or jump a difficult passing lane. And in general, although it may seem like I'm low on VJ Edgecombe, and to be honest, a lot of these guys in the high lottery, I am a pretty pessimistic evaluator, as you'll probably see through the rest of my draft board. And so an average projection of a below average starter is quite good for me because if you look up and down the lottery, not every guy pans out super well. Not every guy becomes an all-star. There's around 3 all-stars per draft. You can look at the history of it, and a lot of guys in the lottery tend to fail. So I like to be a little more realistic than some of these guys in the scouting community are. Whatever. That's just me. And as for him being ranked where he is on my board, I am generally more risk-averse than the average scout. And like I said, I value shooting above all in most situations. South Sudanese center Khaman Maluach is currently my top big man in this year's draft, and I think he has a real chance to become a transformational rim protector with some facilitation, rim running, and slight stretching offensive chops at the next level. However, by no means do I think that he'll be a major contributor to a team right away, and I definitely think that he's someone that will take a few years before he gets more high-level reps and further goes into his body, as well as simply just gets better at basketball. Coming out of South Sudan, he hadn't really played very much and started very late as well, and so the progress we're seeing this early on is definitely encouraging, and he is someone that you would expect to be somewhat of a late bloomer. But with all of this in consideration, it's really hard to ignore a few main things about Khaman Maluach that he has going for him. For starters, he is a true 7'1" with a 7'6" wingspan and a 9'6" standing reach. And secondly, he had by far the highest net rating of any player in this draft. I don't remember the exact number, but I remember it was so significant that it made me really begin to rethink where I had him ranked previously. I haven't actually finalized my big board at this point, so he might move around, but obviously, given where he is in this video, he's very high. And obviously, advanced stats don't tell the full story of a prospect, but it's interesting to think about how Duke was just so much better with him on the floor than without, and not even Cooper Flagg had a net rating in the atmosphere of what Khaman Maluach had. And obviously, he needs to get better at conditioning because he only played around 20 minutes per game, but it does lead me to believe that even if Maluach doesn't exactly pan out, even as a volume scorer, he will be someone who truly makes a big difference in a playoff setting, and this can be attributed to him being such a deterrent as a defender and an uber-efficient complementary offensive piece. I know I said that he has a chance to stretch it out down the line. Here he shot around 25% from three this year on very low volume, but nonetheless, it's not even what I'm referring to when I say why he's efficient and why I'm excited. He was in the 100th percentile for offensive efficiency, shooting over 75% from the field and posting averages of 8.8 points, 6 rebounds per game, and blocking a few shots per game as well. And it's pretty clear that his efficiency will take a dip in the NBA when he's going to go up against better bigs. But even if it does marginally, he'll still probably be one of the more efficient players in the entire league. And my current issues with him are his conditioning, like I mentioned, and his raw fundamentals, which luckily are things that have a better history of developing over time for this type of prospect than someone who needs to develop a jumper, for example. I don't think it's necessary for him to develop a jumper to be a positive player in the league. For Khaman Maluach, becoming a shooting threat would merely be a bonus, and I mean, if it does happen, wow, we're talking about a really big time player. And however, though, What I do think is imperative for him to reach that All-NBA ceiling I'm giving him is better ball screen coverage and, in general, better ball screen actions on offense as well. He was only in the 33rd percentile for ball screen defense, and I also think that he'll need to try to become somewhat of a connective piece as a big, like I said, which means he'll need to become a better screener for sure, and a playmaker, and be a part of various actions that I'll point to in a second. I personally am someone who really values its centers who are effective in DHOs, gets, and chase actions, and especially when that player isn't much of a shooter. So I think he'll need to make leaps in that department as well, on the less statistic, more qualitative side and X's and O's of things. However, if he doesn't make substantial progress in that area, I can still see him having a floor of a winning rotation piece to an average projection of a sub-all-star winning starter. I can easily see him playing the Rudy Gobert role in the NBA slightly to a lesser degree, obviously, which despite the controversy, Rudy is an extremely valuable player. If Khaman Maluach became Rudy Gobert, even without winning Defensive Player of the Year 4 times, he is a player that plenty of teams would love to have, and in the modern NBA, he's a player that teams are trending on becoming excited for once again. Okay, so Cedric Coward is by far my favorite player in this class, and no matter what happens, I will be rooting for him throughout his entire career. Qualitatively speaking, I've heard that he's one of the best interviews and might have the highest character of any player in the last few drafts. So when you're evaluating Cedric Coward, the person, his metrics are off the charts. And as a scout, when I hear about something like that, it really makes me want to research into the player much more and figure out why they might be undervalued, especially since I'm seeing Cedric Coward go in the 20s on mock drafts. And obviously, I have him super high here. And character is something that I think is really important when considering a draft prospect, because a lot of times, especially players who might be a little more raw, obviously this isn't the case with Cedric Coward, character truly matters because it determines, 1, how well they're liked by their teammates, and 2, how hard they're willing to work to fit into a system and be a winning player. You look at, the finals are going on, you look at the Thunder, how they're all rallying around each other, and same thing with the Pacers. Character truly matters, and a lot of times we've seen it go the other way with very talented players. So Coward probably has the weirdest path to the draft in recent years, but it makes me believe in him more, and it makes me really think about his work ethic as well. He started out at D3 Willamette, and after a great season transferred to Eastern Washington, where he only continued to impress. And this past season he transferred to Washington State, and after 6 games suffered a shoulder injury, and he committed to play for John Shire and Duke before ultimately keeping his name in the draft as one of the top risers in the Combine. And, the draft, I like to talk about fit and things like that and go a little bit into the stats. I talk less about analytics on the channel than what I actually do independently, but with Cedric Coward, I have a lot of irrational confidence, just straight, I hate to say it, and for lack of better terms, just straight feel-based. I really think that he's a special person, and that's somebody you'd want to root for and bet on. And so it's a little sickening how much I believe in him, and it might bite me later, but it's just that gut feeling, similarly to what I said about Ace Bailey. And I can really see him developing into a J-Dub type of player on the wing, as an undersized two-way shot creator who plays the right way and makes a significant impact on both ends. And I really want to put him even higher on my board, but ultimately I will admit that there is a limit with how little I would agree with the draft community in this, and the lack of film and the fact that he's a little bit over 22 does make his age extremely volatile. He'll be 22, I believe, midway through the season, and so he's definitely an older player. And in those 6 games at Washington State, though, he had great numbers of 17.7 points, 7 rebounds, and 3.7 assists per game, shooting 57, 40, 84 splits, and blocking nearly 2 shots per game, and grabbing almost a steal per game. So if he did that for the whole season, those stats are good enough to make him a lottery pick, obviously. And he already has a lethal jumper and can immediately be a positive contributor because he has the defensive chops to match, and it makes him someone who at the very least can be a 3-and-D archetype type of player. And so that's why I think he has a very high floor of a high-end winning rotational piece. And however, like I said, I am aware of the mystery of him as a prospect, but nonetheless, I do think he'll have an average career projection of a winning starter. And at 6'6" with a 7'2" wingspan, he really does fit the mold for that type of wing player that makes high impact on both ends. And I think he could be somewhere in between the ceiling and the average projection of a sub all-star, given the on-ball creation and scoring moves that I've observed with him. And especially considering his character, which I said is important, I can expect him to be a tireless worker at these skills as well. And while his handle certainly needs to be refined, he does possess a great set of post moves, for example off of a Barkley action, similarly to what I said I want Dylan Harper to start doing. And he's growing into having a more jumper-based shot diet with better scoring moves, such as the turnaround and the sidestep. And given these measurables, it's clear that, if not right away, he'll probably eventually be an impact defender in the NBA. And at Washington State, you're going to see it. He puts up great clips of awesome defensive playmaking. And once again, it took a lot of restraint for me not to have Cedric Coward all the way up to even third on my board. But, I need to maintain some sort of reputability on this channel in case it all catches up in flames. But if I was in a front office, I probably wouldn't take him top 3, obviously, for the reasons that I outlined and for the fact that if you're in the top 3, you probably are looking for someone with a little more upside and someone who's younger and has a longer development path. But I bet if he played that season at Duke, I think he could have easily been a lottery lock in the 2026 draft. But regardless, I'm very cemented in my stance of him being the most underrated player in this draft and someone that I cannot wait to see play in the NBA. Similarly to Cedric Coward, Carter Bryant is someone that I'm higher on than most, simply because of the things that I value as a scout. I'm pretty simple. I like shooting, I like defense, and I really appreciate the upside to be a playoff contributor, and I'm rather risk adverse. So if you combine all of these traits, you have Arizona's Carter Bryant. He didn't have much of a role under head coach Tommy Lloyd this season in Arizona, putting up a meager 6.5 points, 4 rebounds, a steal, and a block, and an assist per game on around 37% shooting from deep. But once again, I love players that will assuredly translate well into the league. Carter Bryant measured in at 6'7" with a 7-foot wingspan, and his athleticism and verticality makes him the perfect type of player for the modern NBA that can easily slide into any winning situation, in my opinion. Although at Arizona, he didn't show much past the ability to occasionally put the ball on the floor and drive and hit open threes, and at least that much on the offensive end, he might not need to do too much more offensively to warrant a top 10 selection in this draft, at least in my opinion, or have a top 10 outcome career-wise. Given his excellent defensive tools and his already proven effectiveness, I think his position on my board is justified, and just because the role he played at Arizona wasn't as appreciated at the college level, it's absolutely something that every NBA team will want to have. And so I would say his ceiling isn't as high as the other guys I've listed. And for that reason, I would expect him to drop in the draft, because GMs who are drafting for losing teams love to swing for the fences. But I did give him a ceiling of a sub all-star role player type of player in the mold of a Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby type. Maybe he can put the ball on the floor a little bit more. And if not, he's easily projectable in that mold of like a Jaden McDaniels before he started to play make type of guy, or like the Lou Dortz. The 3-and-D wings, it's very classic, very valued, and for Carter Bryant, it's pretty easy to see him becoming that type of guy. And so I think he has a winning rotation floor, because the guys like that don't really fail unless the shooting falls off a cliff. But you look at what he showed in the defensive tools, and I would be shocked if he doesn't become someone who gives meaningful minutes. And so on average, I think he could be a winning starter and be someone that people talk about in the playoffs. All right, so Lithuanian lead guard Kasparas Jakucionis had a rather rocky season at Illinois, especially in the second half. But at the time when I made my YouTube video about him, which was before conference play began, he seemed like someone that I would keep in my top 5 of my draft board throughout the cycle. However, once he got into Big Ten games, too often would he put up performances with low shooting efficiency and 5+ turnovers, which made me and many others sour on his potential to be an elite shot creator at the next level. And something that I brought up in my video previously about Jakucionis was that his ability on defense to navigate screens was extremely poor, and teams easily were able to pick apart his game when it came to blitzing him on ball screen actions. And I said in the video, if this continues and the conference play level, he's going to be exposed and have a lot of turnovers, and that's exactly what happened. And a lot of scouts agree with me in lowering him on the boards, especially thinking that he's not quite able to put together the separation that you would hope from a lead guard. But in general, I still have him where I do because I'm very high on his ability to be a quick processor and a creative finisher, shooter, and playmaker. What Jakucionis does is truly, a valuable skill in the league. He has that ability to hit tough shots. He's extremely creative. He's got a nice sidestep, a nice step back. And he is someone that I think could, at some point, lead an offense, whether on the bench or in the starting lineup. And he's absolutely worth a swing. He finishes well through contact as well. And, he does fight on defense, although he is a little bit unaware at times of what's going on around him. But in general, he's someone that I still have hope for, just not on the level that these other low floor, high ceiling guys that I have above him, because, and we'll talk about this with Egor Demin as well. As conference play started and teams are playing higher level competition, some players stayed the same or even rose, but Jakucionis really struggled. And so he averaged, nonetheless, 15 points per game, almost 6 rebounds and 5 assists, with 0.9 steals and a whopping 3.7 turnovers per game, which can, I guess, be attributed to the fact that he was, pretty much the only primary ball handler at Illinois. But, it's tricky because in the league, you would want someone who has shown some type of success. But I still have a lot of hope for him, just not as much as I had previously, especially since his shooting took a major drop off. He shot 44% from the field, 31% from 3, which was way down from the 40 he was shooting. And so nonetheless, with all of that being said, considering the drop off in his game with higher competition, but obviously the hope that he can maybe put it together, I gave him a ceiling of an all-star player. Due to the defensive limitations and things like that, I think it would be tough for me to have him as an All-NBA ceiling, although at first, coming into the year, I did think that. And I've given a lot of guys All-NBA ceilings because there are a lot of those types of swings in this draft where I don't think they're all guaranteed, because when we get to average projection, you'll see. But I give out All-NBA ceilings pretty fairly often, and that's because, there are a lot of players, as we've seen with Nikola Jokic going 41 throughout the draft, that have that upside, if that makes sense. But then in terms of his floor, I gave him non-winning rotation. You think about a guy like this coming in, you're going to watch the film in this video and see really what he's about. It's very easy to project him if things don't work out and if things go wrong, as him someone who is simply a bench point guard for a team that's not really that good. We've seen these types of players kind of fall out in the league, but I think on average, I also kind of have him in that Tre Johnson bench spark plug role, because I don't know necessarily if he's going to be efficient enough to be someone that winning teams would like to be their valuable starter. So contextualizing Kasparas Jakucionis in a playoff setting, I think his role would be coming off the bench and leading the offense rather than being someone who is working around other star players, if that makes sense, because I don't necessarily think he'll be complementary. And so maybe if he's in a non-winning team context, he would be someone who can start and lead an offense, but I don't necessarily think him at that volume is necessarily a playoff-based outcome, if that makes sense. So once again, we have another guy that I made a video about, and to be honest, I think I'm higher on Noa Essengue than when I had first shared my opinions about him publicly. After measuring in at 6'10" without choosing a 7-foot wingspan before the international combine, and then now 6'11", with that 7.25 wingspan recently. I wasn't entirely surprised by these measurements, obviously, since he was 18, or he's 18 now and was 17 at that time. You know, it makes sense that he'll grow, and it definitely affirmed why I was excited about him as a prospect and why a lot of people are going to have him ranked very highly. And as you can see, I have him ranked quite highly as well. But not only that, he's been trending upward recently and has been playing his best basketball for Ulm late in the season. And I also have given him a slight bump for that reason. Thinking about who he is as a player currently, in my video I talked about how I don't entirely see the vision of him becoming that 3-4 all-star type of player, but rather a versatile defender and spotted shooter who contributes to
ništa od tog napada, međutim odmah su greškom uzvratili gosti.
Video on him, you would know that my favorite thing about him
Izgubio Frasen kontrolu nad loptom, izvrsna obrana Ulma.
I'm very concerned about the fundamentals for him, such as his footwork, his handle, and his jumper, and so it's hard to ignore the possibilities of what his potential is here, and depending on the team that drafts him, I really can see his career going a wide variety of different ways. But in general, I'm very optimistic about Noa Essengue's long-term future as a contributor to winning basketball. And so for ceiling, I have all-star. You know, you look at his frame, you look at his shooting ability, maybe he's been underutilized with Ulm so far, and I think if he goes in the right system, you know, there obviously is a chance that he can bulk up, he can figure out his handle a little bit better, be more coordinated with that, and be an unstoppable force on the drive because he's so great on transition. For the floor of Noa Essengue, I have him as a reserve because I think coming into the league, that's probably what his role is going to be. I don't know if he's going to be in rotations for 500 and above teams because the shot isn't all the way there yet, because I don't think he's quite strong enough to handle offensive players on the defensive end quite yet at the next level, and because simply, you know, he's young, he has a lot to learn, especially when it comes to shot selection and defensive positioning. And then on average, I think he could be a winning rotation or winning starting player, which is extremely valuable, and that's why I have him as high as I do. And then also, you know, like I said in the introduction, trying to grade a player as a prospect is a mix of all these three things. It's not necessarily who has the greatest average, and because Essengue has that chance to surpass the potentials of many other players on this board, there is a lot to like. And so with Ulm, he averaged 12.4 points, 5.3 rebounds, 1.1 assists, 1.4 steals and blocks each, and he shot 29% from three, 65% from the field overall, which has a lot to do with how he finishes in transition, and 71% from the line. And so with someone like Noa Essengue, you're okay with the fact that maybe he could become a bit of a rim runner and a catch and shoot threat. I think he needs to get better at screening if he's going to be a role player, but then for that star upside, like I said, it's really all going to come down to the shooting, the handling, and if he bulks up. So as one of my absolute favorite prospects in this class and someone that I've previously made a video on, I have full belief in Rasheer Fleming's ability to make an impact as a role player in the NBA. And although he has plenty to clean up in terms of the fundamentals and general his polish, I think it's difficult to look past someone who was a 40% three-point shooter, who also has a 7'5" wingspan and a 9'1" standing reach. And so thinking about all of that, it's pretty easy to project him as a 3-and-D player and someone who can maybe develop further. You know, I was thinking about the video I made about him, and as I was saying in that video, he doesn't really have much on-ball creation chops, so you'd rather him be a 5'4", especially since we've seen him post up a little bit. But I think something that excites me a lot about Fleming and why I have him way higher than a lot of people is because his defensive upside as a switchable small ball 5 and power forward is outstanding. And although he does have a tough time sticking with guards, especially around screens and when they get downhill, like I was saying in my video, I would attribute a lot of that to poor footwork over effort being the problem. And so I think in the league, I would expect with better coaches, no disrespect to what they're doing over there at St. Joe's, but I think in general, he'll probably have someone who's dedicated to helping him improve his footwork, and I'm hopeful there. And so at his core, and this is why I like these types of guys generally, Rasheer Fleming projects to be someone who can plug and play on any type of roster in any situation. And when you're looking at the NBA Finals and the playoffs in general, he is exactly the type of guy who can fit in where he can get in and make an impact. And so I think he's someone that teams will have a tough time leaving on the bench, as opposed to some of the raw talents with a dream of a star upside and maybe not necessarily a floor that has any type of success in the league. And so for Rasheer Fleming's ceiling, I have him as a winning starter, kind of in that Naz Reid type of mold. You know, their body types are very similar, and they both have, well, at least Rasheer, much more than Naz Reid, has kind of that unblockable, uncontestable jumper. But I think for Fleming, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Naz Reid route. Obviously, if the on-ball creation flashes that I've been seeing personally don't develop, there is a way for him just to be a jumbo defender who can stretch it on the floor, hit threes, and maybe get some steals as well. And then floor, you know, because the handle's really bad and maybe the shot doesn't translate as well, I could see him being a reserve, which means he doesn't really crack the rotation for a plus 500 team, or is just someone who doesn't play consistently. But I'm not as keen on this really being a high likelihood. But for average, I have him as winning rotation player. Given everything I've been saying, he's absolutely someone that I think can be on a plus 500 team and make that impact. And so at St. Joe's in his junior year, he posted stats of 14.7 points, 8.5 rebounds, 1.3 assists. He shot 50, 39, 75, and had a block and a half and a steal and a half, which is why I'm so excited about the versatility. He's so great at jumping passing lanes, so great at using his verticality, and obviously the field of play in the A10 conference isn't nearly as high as it's going to be in the league, but even if he does what he did to a lesser degree, still highly impactful. So that's why I'm all in on Rasheer Fleming, and that's why he's one of my main guys in this draft. So at Montverde Academy and Georgia as well, Asa Newell played with another big man most of the time and was relegated into playing the power forward position, where I really don't think that's his true position, and I don't really expect NBA teams to have him play that at the next level. And so with that in mind, I'm much higher on Asa Newell than a lot of internet scouts, and I think that if he shifts to being in that center position in the NBA, there's a lot to love. As a short roll decision maker who might even project to have some stretchability going forward depending on how the shot develops, I can once again see him becoming a guy who gives meaningful minutes in a playoff series, and at this point in the board, that's really what I'm looking for. He's great in the pick and roll and is patient enough to throw pump fakes at the right time for easy buckets. I also think that Asa Newell at least projects to be solid on the defensive end, and although, you know, his ball handling isn't amazing, I don't know if that exactly matters. And for that reason, I gave him a ceiling of a winning starter, because if you think about what the NBA is really looking for, it's players with verticality who are solid passers, make good decisions, and just play hard. And I think that's what Asa Newell does. And then obviously, if he decides he wants to be a 4 in the NBA and really pushes for that, then there is no way for me to see him succeeding unless he can really do better on the perimeter as a defender and as an offensive player in a double big lineup, or if the center can at least stretch a little bit. But I really am not a fan of him being in those double big lineups, and so for his floor I give him a reserve, because at the end of the day I just don't think it works in that situation. But on average I gave him winning rotation. I mean, at his 1 year in Georgia, he averaged 15.4 points, 6.9 rebounds, dished out an assist per game, had a block and a steal, and shot 54, 29, 75. And a lot of scouts like to say that free throw percentage is a good indicator of potential shooting. And, you know, throughout this board, there's going to be a lot of guys that I think I don't entirely buy their shooting for various reasons. And for Asa Newell, I think that I'm more prone to believe in it than some of those players, because I'm a fan of the mechanics. And also as a center, he's probably not going to get covered very much. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Asa Newell becomes. But in general, I have him very high because of his projectability as a winning starter, winning rotation type of guy. Okay, so obviously I have Jeremiah Fears a lot lower than most people do, and of course I recognize the talent that he presents, but by principle I'm generally not a big fan of the young, raw, small point guard as a draft and in general developmental archetype. So with that in mind, Fears is no exception to my rule, and I don't think I'm really compromising anything by having him this low because I want people to know that I think there is a strong race. And what separates him from Dylan Harper in my mind is more of a trust thing, especially when you're thinking about Dylan Harper being bigger, having a higher wingspan, better defensive upside, and to be honest, he seems like he can run the show as a point guard much more effectively than Jeremiah Fears can as well. And I don't necessarily trust Fears, like I was saying, it's a trust thing. I don't believe in him to be a poised and controlled point guard, and he's also a lot more raw and I guess younger than a Dylan Harper, for example. And although he is an insanely effective driver and maybe is even quicker at getting to the basket than VJ Edgecombe, he doesn't quite project to be a defender to any real capacity in my opinion. And I think that his jumper has to come a long way before he can pose any real threat to opposing teams, let alone being someone who starts on the Wizards, for example. And so with that in mind, I've seen too many guys like this fail, and so for me, it's tough to be incredibly high on him, but obviously it's hard for me not to recognize the ceiling. But at the end of the day, you know, how many 6'2" scoring guards are there that are really making an all-star to all-NBA level contribution, especially in this NBA? Not many. And so obviously, you know, the inefficient defensive liability young guard is not one that's all too fruitful in my opinion, and obviously he could very well succeed in the league, but I think he does have a limited ceiling. And so why I'm giving him the all-star ceiling that I am instead of, for example, the all-NBA of other high lottery guys is everything that I've outlined. Because at the end of the day, I don't necessarily trust the output that I would like to see with those all-NBA prospects. And so teams will probably take a swing on him in the early to mid lottery due to that offensive upside he shows. And I guess I would understand it, but from my perspective, it's a lot more of a long shot bet than a cut and dry successful investment. And so for him, honestly, I have his floor set at reserve, and I don't entirely think that's too outlandish to occur. Of course, the offense is good, but you know, I've seen guys like Johnny Davis, Dennis Smith Jr., just to name a couple examples of the types of guy that I'm thinking about fail. And it's been tough to see some succeed, especially without some type of unique, insane level of athleticism like a guy like Ja Morant showed. And so on average, I have him as a non-winning rotation player because I can see him coming off the bench for a sub-500 team because the talent is there. And in his freshman season in Oklahoma, statistically, he was pretty impressive with 17.1 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 4.1 assists. But then you look at the efficiency of 43, 28, and 85. And once again, the 85 being a positive free throw indicator, and thinking about the context of him being super young and having to carry a heavy offensive load, you can think there is a room to develop there, but I'm just not high on this archetype. And so he had a steal and a half per game, but also 3.5 turnovers. So, you know, once again, you're thinking about someone who has a lot of mistakes to make and a lot more room to grow. And so that's why I think he's a very complicated player when you're considering his stat line. And, you know, at the end of the day, I don't trust it.
This is how good Gonzaga's offense is, right? Georgia has been known as a great defensive team, strong up front, great offense.
There's Asa Newell, he'll launch her three. That look to the rest of the country, non-SEC, as Kane comes up just a little bit short. It's going to be a hard number for people to swallow. Finally,
So once again, we have another prospect that I'm personally very low on compared to consensus. And so I feel pretty similarly about Derik Queen to how I do about Jeremiah Fears. And of course, both are extremely talented players and had excellent freshman seasons and great conferences. But I'm just not as sure about how their games will translate to a professional basketball setting. And like I said, as someone who is a draft evaluator, I know what I'm interested in, and I love the translatability to the league as opposed to the mystery and potential roadblocks that someone could come into when trying to find their fit. And I was considering placing Queen even lower than where I currently have him, but similarly to Ace Bailey and Jeremiah Fears, at some point you do have to take a swing on the talent that you observe. And so before I get into the positives about Derik Queen, I do think I should probably address what my actual concerns are. And so for starters, his lack of conditioning and bad physical shape is an indicator of bad work ethic and a severe hindrance to his potential to make an impact in the league. And then secondly, I don't think his jumper has very fluid mechanics, and since he doesn't already shoot a good percentage, it may lead me to believe that it's a chance he doesn't always develop into a competent shooter. If you simulated his careers 100 times, probably tough to really estimate a vast majority of those ending with Derik Queen being a competent shooter. And lastly, given his style of play, he's extremely volatile and not someone who I think would necessarily be able to play a complementary role in a playoff environment. Rather, I think he would have to be in a star-ish role to make a positive contribution to his team. And if he's not handling the ball and sizing up other centers, what exactly is he doing is my question. And like I did say though, I do love centers that can get into DHOs and gets and chase ball screen actions. And so if Derik Queen does buy into this more as his role and gets downhill in P&R sets, for example, I actually do think things could work out for him. And then of course, there is that unique ball handling that he possesses that will likely intrigue scouts all around the lottery. But to be honest, the idea of Derik Queen being in that Alperen Şengün, Jokic, Sabonis mold requires him to significantly grow as a playmaker in my eyes, which I don't exactly see coming. And then also, I think I'd like him to be a little taller, which is not something that he can control. And so on the defensive end, I actually think he gets too much of a bad rap. He's actually solid as a defensive playmaker, but other than that, I guess I will say there isn't much to love. I actually think that online scouts honestly get too enamored with blocks and steals as the defining indicator of defensive upside. And for Derik Queen, his lack of verticality and small size worries me about him being a primary rim protector and shot blocker at the next level, which, thinking about what you don't want to see happen to Asa Newell, I'm also thinking there's a chance where Derik Queen might be forced into that, I guess I'm coining a new term, the off-big position as a play on the off guard, where he might have to slide into that roamer role, which in turns mean that he has to play with another big man. And then if that's the case, he'll need to at least be an average three-point shooter, which I don't see happening. So for those reasons, I'm low on Derik Queen because I just don't understand what that translation is. And then obviously thinking about the talent, he does have an all-star ceiling. If he puts it together, becomes a better playmaker, becomes a better shooter, we're looking at a super unique player with that herky-jerky kind of Shea-like almost drive game at 6'10", which, when you're thinking about what makes a star in the league, unique scoring ability, something that's tough to scout, is absolutely there. And so I honestly think his ceiling could shoot up into All-NBA or what have you levels, but I limited it to All-Star because of the reasons why I'm negative against him: body type, work ethic, shooting, and then floor I have him as reserve, because if he's unwilling to compromise his role, then it's going to be tough to play a guy like this because it just completely disrupts an offense and compromises on defense. And then on average, I think he could be a non-winning rotation player. Think of like the Jordan Clarkson of Greg Monroe's, perhaps, as a comp of what I think on average Derik Queen could end up being. So in his freshman year at Maryland, he averaged 16.5 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, a steal and a half, a block and a half, but had 2.4 turnovers and shot 20% from 3 on only 1 attempt per game. So not only is he not making threes, he's also not attempting them. And so as a center who is trying to play on the outside in perimeter-wise, and of course he had that awesome turnaround jumper to drop off Nique Clifford in the NCAA tournament, he's got to be able to shoot if this is how he's going to play, and I just don't really see it developing. So Egor Demin is another person that I made a video about, similarly to Kasparas Jakucionis, who I was very excited about when they were a hot name in the draft and then completely fell apart when it came time for conference play. However, why I have Kasparas higher than Egor is because although they were both exposed by higher competition in conference play for similar reasons, Egor's fall from grace showed a lot more volatility for him as a prospect than I would like to see as compared to Kasparas. In my video, I stressed how important it was for me to see him sustain his level of success after coming back from injury and entering Big 12 play, and as we all know, that didn't quite work out. Obviously, Demin has shown plenty of great flashes of playmaking prowess, and for someone who's a true 6'9", that's obviously attractive. But I'm worried about his ability to play point guard in the NBA since, like Jakucionis, he hasn't been as good as Jakucionis as creating separation from a defender, definitely not as good as I'd like to see. And then not only that, but his three-point percentage absolutely cratered in a very significant way, and he simply was just not hitting shots, which is the point of basketball. And also considering the fact that he can't quite defend all too well and has had high turnover numbers, Egor Demin is also largely theoretical at this point, which is why I've soured on him as well in the recent months. And I still think that his playmaking is dynamic enough given his size to warrant a lottery selection, and if a team is willing to be patient with him, take a swing on the jumper working out and maybe him being the pre-injury guy that we thought he could be, he truly could become one of the best players in this draft and someone that I am significantly underrating. And like I said though, as someone who is a lot more risk averse when it comes to drafting, I'm troubled by how his season ended, and he does a lot well, however, like being a creative playmaker and a true thinker of the game, who also moves extremely well for someone of his size. But at this stage in his development, I don't really know if point guard is the right position for him, and so thinking about if he may have to morph into a wing into the league, his current skill set does not complement that at all, and so it makes me think he might not have a role in the NBA if the jumper isn't good enough, and so he has to be a wing. And so for ceiling, I give him all NBA. Obviously, if he puts it all together, he is a true asset to any team, as someone who won't be a zero on defense and is a big guard who can make a play, create his own jumper, hit, catch, and shoot threes. But the floor is a reserve. Like I said, super volatile. If he comes into that wing role, things might fall apart. And then on average, I have him as a non-winning rotation because I'm sure teams will like to bet on what he presents now, no matter what. It's just, will he ever be able to shoot? And will he ever be able to really make a difference as a ball handler? And so in his lone season at BYU, he put up stats of 10.6 points, 3.6 boards, 5.5 assists, 1.2 steals, and 2.9 turnovers. So a pretty solid assist-to-TO ratio, which you do like to see, but when you consider he shot 41, 27, 69 from the field, things get a little questionable for Egor, and I'm not sure how it's going to develop, but since I was so high on him before he came back from injury, obviously I still have a glimmer of hope for him, but it's going to be difficult. So Egor Demin is another person that I made a video about, similarly to Kasparas Jakucionis, who I was very excited about when they were a hot name in the draft and then completely fell apart when it came time for conference play. However, why I have Kasparas higher than Egor is because although they were both exposed by higher competition in conference play for similar reasons, Egor's fall from grace showed a lot more volatility for him as a prospect than I would like to see as compared to Kasparas. In my video, I stressed how important it was for me to see him sustain his level of success after coming back from injury and entering Big 12 play, and as we all know, that didn't quite work out. Obviously, Demin has shown plenty of great flashes of playmaking prowess, and for someone who's a true 6'9", that's obviously attractive. But I'm worried about his ability to play point guard in the NBA since, like Jakucionis, he hasn't been as good as Jakucionis as creating separation from a defender, definitely not as good as I'd like to see. And then not only that, but his three-point percentage absolutely cratered in a very significant way, and he simply was just not hitting shots, which is the point of basketball. And also considering the fact that he can't quite defend all too well and has had high turnover numbers, Egor Demin is also largely theoretical at this point, which is why I've soured on him as well in the recent months. And I still think that his playmaking is dynamic enough given his size to warrant a lottery selection, and if a team is willing to be patient with him, take a swing on the jumper working out and maybe him being the pre-injury guy that we thought he could be, he truly could become one of the best players in this draft and someone that I am significantly underrating. And like I said though, as someone who is a lot more risk averse when it comes to drafting, I'm troubled by how his season ended, and he does a lot well, however, like being a creative playmaker and a true thinker of the game, who also moves extremely well for someone of his size. But at this stage in his development, I don't really know if point guard is the right position for him, and so thinking about if he may have to morph into a wing into the league, his current skill set does not complement that at all, and so it makes me think he might not have a role in the NBA if the jumper isn't good enough, and so he has to be a wing. And so for ceiling, I give him all NBA. Obviously, if he puts it all together, he is a true asset to any team, as someone who won't be a zero on defense and is a big guard who can make a play, create his own jumper, hit, catch, and shoot threes. But the floor is a reserve. Like I said, super volatile. If he comes into that wing role, things might fall apart. And then on average, I have him as a non-winning rotation because I'm sure teams will like to bet on what he presents now, no matter what. It's just, will he ever be able to shoot? Will he ever be able to really make a difference as a ball handler? And so in his lone season at BYU, he put up stats of 10.6 points, 3.6 boards, 5.5 assists, 1.2 steals, 2.9 turnovers, so a pretty solid assist-to-TO ratio, which you do like to see, but when you consider he shot 41, 27, 69 from the field, things get a little questionable for Egor, and I'm not sure how it's going to develop, but since I was so high on him before he came back from injury, obviously I still have a glimmer of hope for him, but it's going to be difficult.
And Lake, those are the 5 for Colorado State. They get it into the hands of Clifford, trying to back down Miguel. Lake, that's for the lead.
PJ Haggerty is looking to get to the rim.
At his third school, really came from Tulsa. Averaged 20 points at Tulsa last year as well. Just a few tenths of a point better here this year. There's the officials here tonight.
Colorado State is going to move this thing from side to side. Maryland wants to pressure, and that's something that cannot happen for the Rams. Maryland can force turnovers. Force turnover by Clifford.
The starting lineup averages the most points per game in the country, almost 70 points per game. About 68 in that first round matchup, and they turn it over.
Everything from Queen early.
Here's Clifford off balance, had to put it up with the shot clock winding down. And Clifford now 2 for 5 here from the field. The Mountain West Player of the Year. Averaging career highs in rebounds, points, and assists right now for the Rams, and he's got a block. Maryland stays with it, though, 12 seconds.
Base, and that's a great play right there by Nique Clifford.
Colorado State's first lead since it was 4:42 left in the first half.
So Thomas Sorber was someone that I had a hard time really thinking about all season, and at first I was going to have him way lower than I did, but I ended up moving him higher, and I'll outline the reasons why. Unfortunately for Thomas Sorber though, I think why I don't entirely think he will succeed in the league is because, for example, as an undersized big man with a heavier frame, you would probably want him to be mostly an above the rim type of player, which he's not. And I'm completely not sold on him because even though the appearance of the film is solid, I guess, it's hard to ignore the production he's put up at Georgetown, especially on the defensive end. I think Thomas Sorber definitely has a role carved out for him as a productive role player, as not only is he patient, but he's also extremely effective when striking for things like blocks, steals, and contests. And he's great at timing and knows when to exert his energy on the floor, which is certainly promising for someone whose physical profile is not promising. And I'm less convinced about Thomas Sorber on the offensive end as opposed to the defensive end, but what some people might expect to be a developmental path for him, I see as a hindrance to finding his true role in the NBA. Internet scouts like to boast about Thomas Sorber's shooting potential and post work, but for a center who will most likely be a complementary piece and someone who only shot 16% from 3 last year, I personally don't see it. And that's where the below the rim discussion for me makes me dubious about his offensive upside, because it's not like he'll be a substantial lob threat. And so I wonder what he'll have to fall back on as the post becomes something that is not very appreciated in the NBA and hasn't been for a while. And it's not like I do think he's going to fall out of the league by any means. I just don't see him having a ceiling as high as some others on this list. And, I have been struggling with where I wanted to put him, but I think what ultimately made him move him up a couple spots right before I finished this video was seeing the production he put forth in college and simply just comparing him to other players on this list. Obviously, he has plenty of talent. He's young and had that midseason injury at Georgetown that kept him out for a while, actually for the rest of the season. And so, I'm interested, to say the very least, about maybe how the defense and the playmaking can maybe be put together and have him be somewhat of like that DHO type of guy. But for Sorber, I'm not sure. But I have him as a winning starter ceiling because, maybe he puts it all together and he's a role player who contributes positively to a plus 500 team. But his floor is a reserve because, like I said, he's not really all that athletic. And so I worry about his ability to contribute to a winning team. And then on average, I think he could be a winning rotation player. I think that's very possible. And at this point in my board, I was looking at the other players, and I think he has a chance to be a winning rotation player, much more at least than some of the other guys. And so at Georgetown, he averaged 14.5 points, 8 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 2.4 assists, which is promising nonetheless. It's solid playmaking numbers for a center in college, and shot 53 from the field, 16 from 3, which obviously is why I'm saying he probably won't be asked to attempt threes in the league, and 72 from the line with 2 blocks, 1.5 steals, and 2.3 turnovers. And you really have to acknowledge the stock numbers. It's a sign of defensive production. So maybe I'm missing on something when I say he might not be able to contribute as well defensively in the league, but I think time will tell. Obviously, these numbers are going to go down because players are better with the ball, they're more athletic, and they're not going to fall for Sorber's tricks, you could say, but there's something there that I haven't quite figured out.
Every single possession. Paving, pestering, teleport. Strained bodies against Sorbers.
Forget the last result. So this is not a Georgetown team that's looking at their wounds from St. John's and putting it on.
Okay, so Maxime Reynaud is yet another one of those players that I would like to consider my guys in the draft, and I'm higher on him than most people, and it goes back once again to my draft philosophy that I keep bringing up. I really appreciate what Reynaud brings to a team, and he has a relatively straightforward path, in my opinion, to making a rotation early on in his career. He's pretty tenacious and would project to be an above-average shooter for now, with room to become an elite shooter if he fixes up some of his mechanics at that center position. I don't really want to get too in the weeds for now, but I think jumper-wise, what I'd like to see out of him is tuck his elbow a little more and set his feet to where they're a little more consistent on the jumps each time. But for a 7-footer, he'll at least be acceptable in the league. And I was also really impressed by his ability to hit threes off the move and flying off of screens, which can really present a matchup problem for opposing centers, especially considering the various actions he could get into as a strong roller as well. And if Maxime Reynaud becomes a movement shooter in the league, similarly to guys like Max Strus or Dalton Knecht, not in terms of obviously efficacy with those shots, but in terms of what it looks like, we're talking about a pretty remarkable role player. And so for Reynaud, I can see him becoming a valuable role player who can protect the rim, set the floor, set hard screens, and most of all, compete. At the center position, you really want someone with a little more fire on average that can battle for rebounds, and Reynaud has that. And he's also highly intelligent as well, which makes the ability for him to be in those gets, DHOs, chase ball screens that I love, a possibility. And he's a great sealer as well and can pass decently effective out of the post. But playmaking, I guess, won't be his calling card. And luckily for him, it's not a real requirement because he can mold himself into that Brook Lopez role if need be. And, although I bring up Brook Lopez, I am slightly worried about him defensively. But I do think that he'll at least be a competent defender. And given his age, I wonder how much room for exponential growth he has left alone, but it's probably not much. And in general, I have him high on my board because I like the idea of him fitting in as a shooting big who can plug and play in any system, come off the bench, and maybe at some point reach a starting lineup as well. And so for ceiling, I have him as a winning starter because of everything I mentioned, the shooting, the hustle, his mind, his ability to compete, floor, reserve. We're at the point in the big board where most players are going to be volatile. Nobody's really a perfect prospect anymore. And these paths to becoming a winning starter or winning rotation player aren't as linear. But on average, I think Maxime Reynaud can be an average winning rotation player. And at Stanford, he put up stats of 20.2 points, 10.6 rebounds, 1.7 assists, 1.5 blocks, 0.9 steals, and shot 47, 37, 77, which as a 4-year senior, I guess you can expect his numbers to be juiced up a little bit, but nonetheless, you still appreciate it.
Sumlin controls. An elite athlete from Cleveland, Ohio, makes the extra pass and goes for the Cardinals.
Yeah, your buddy, he's texting you during the game like, hey, Susan, get my team playing better, and they are.
If they need any steals or deep breaks, has to hurry against Sumlin.
Can I give some credit to that Golden Flashes defense? And look at him getting on that glass and going the other way. I think that was no opportunities because his ability to stretch the floor.
And there is a peek at that CSUN starting lineup. Keep your eye on number 7, Keontae Jones. He is different. That's in the paint for CSUN already.
Yeah, I don't think Coach Smith liked this little 4-0 run. He'll give him some more length around the basket.
Third block for Reynaud. Might give him 4 if he
digit advantage. They're putting their heads down and just taking that thing to the hole.
Biggest lead for the Golden Flash. Stanford has not scored in almost.
They created a very difficult situation in the jump shot there, twisting and turning, and Reynaud snatching another board, but then he turns it over to settle for a long triple try.
6-0 run for the Cardinals. Stayed the course there. Mark Pope was really almost going to move his entire family to Provo, but of course Mark Pope leaves, and so does Adams to get back home closer to his family in Torrance. He's here in Northridge having an...
I know that I talk a lot about draft archetypes in this video, but if there's one type of player above all that I don't trust to a fault, it's the size-up game power forward who can't shoot. This distaste for this type of player has haunted me throughout my entire life, and it will probably continue to do so. These types of players are becoming increasingly common as well, which means I'll only continue to be against it. But I think that Collin Murray-Boyles is honestly one of these types of players. Guys, I know, don't come after me, internet scouts. It seems like everyone's in love with him as a player. He's kind of like the niche Twitter guy that everyone's into, but for some reason I just don't see it. And he's one of those types of players who are in that mold that I really just can't see him having an incredibly productive NBA career, let alone being worthy of a lottery pick as he's been mocked. And the South Carolina forward didn't give me anything to be excited about on the offensive end this past year, to be honest. And the film shows a Randall-type game, and when pairing that with a pretty clear inability to shoot from deep, I have a hard time seeing him fit into the NBA as an offensive player. The dribble, drive, breakdown type of game, in my mind, is largely reserved for players who are at least efficient at hitting tough shots at a high volume. CMB really didn't have any of these qualities, and so for that reason, I personally don't see him having significant scoring upside, which is fine, but you would want someone to try to reshape their game if that's the way they're going to play. However, I do absolutely think he can carve out a lane in the NBA with his defense, but I question what exactly it'll look like. CMB is one of the more versatile defenders in this class, and lately there has been a historical precedent for non-shooting versatile defenders to find success in the league, I suppose, but I think the difference between CMB and an Amen and a Sora Thompson, for example, is they rebound at a high level, they pass at a high level, and they're not someone who's going to break you down and take up most of the shot clock. But CMB is super switchable and legitimately can guard any position on the floor across all actions, and this is why I don't completely have him slide down my board, because as an evaluator of talent, I will admit that even though my gut is telling me to fade him, he does have some great qualities that I have to see. And so all of it together, I think my skepticism keeps me from agreeing with the consensus, hence why I have him this low. And so his ceiling I have for him is an all-star, because assuming there is a chance he puts it all together, we are looking at an all-star player. Floor, reserve, very self-explanatory. If he doesn't put the offense together, I have a hard time seeing exactly how he'll be a contributor to a winning team. And then on average, I think he can be a rotation player for a below 500 roster. And so at his sophomore season at South Carolina, he posted numbers of 16.5 points, 8.3 rebounds, which is great rebounding numbers, which is why, I'm believing in him a little bit. 2.4 assists, 1.5 steals, 1.3 blocks, 2.3 turnovers and shot. An unfortunate, well, actually 58% from the field is pretty good, but an unfortunate 26% from three and 71% from the line. And so, like I said, 58% from the field is actually pretty good. It's just, if he is going to play this power forward position, he's got to be able to shoot. And I say that about everyone in this draft. And I think because shooting is so important, and because not a lot of people in this draft can really shoot, this is going to be a super fun and volatile draft for sure.
And a three-point made. 13 points for Lanier. Phillips defending Murray-Boyles.
Injury to his right hand. He's looking at that all the way down the floor. The double team. The kick out to Davis with 5 to shoot. Whoa. Because when you're down, you can't afford for that to happen. A steal by Collin Murray-Boyles. Smart switch. Into Brazil. Knocked away by Murray-Boyles.
Davis got a hand on it, knocked it loose. Shot clock does not reset. You got Asa Newell working downhill. Never got defeated inside, and it was kicked. 2 touched it last. Kane runs it down. Has it blocked by C.
Similarly to CMB, I have a hard time envisioning a role for Michigan State's Jase Richardson in the NBA. And it's clear that the lefty has a solid base for a catch and shoot and drive game, but his poor size and lack of playmaking leads me to believe that teams may not be willing to play him early on, and I personally think that he has a lot to do development-wise. He's definitely a dynamic driver, and I'm a fan of his creativity around the basket, which led to him finishing at around 70% from the field at the rim, which is obviously incredibly impressive for a 6'1" non-athlete. And given that he's 6'1", he'll have to be much more creative to escape the looming threat of higher level rim protectors that simply don't exist at the college level, such as, for example, Rudy Gobert or Victor Wembanyama. Since he is a high level shooter, I do think that there's a chance that the right team gives him some reps, but I'm always pretty wary of smaller guards in the league, especially if they aren't going to give solid defensive reps and effectively move the ball. And so for Jase, his blueprint is probably he's going to need to successfully morph himself into a connective piece who gives better effort defensively, and he'll probably have to play the off-guard position as well. And so my opinion, he has a rough road ahead of him. So ceiling, I do have him as a winning starter because of the shooting, and I think he could be someone who plays the 2, guards 1s, and just hit 3s at an effective rate. Floor, I have him as a reserve because probably coming in he's not going to play very much, and assuming he doesn't entirely develop, it's over. And then on average, I have him as a non-winning rotation, similar to other guys who are going to be around him on this list. I will acknowledge the upside for him to surpass being a winning starter, but in terms of ceiling, but on average, I think he'll simply come off the bench for a below 500 team, which, is a solid NBA career. I'm not saying he's going to have a bad career by any means, because making it to your second contract is impressive in its own right, and I can't say I'm predicting that for most other players in this class. And by most, I mean over 50%, because there are probably about 30% of players in each draft, 30 players or so, which is around 50%, who just don't have long, successful careers. And so for Jase at Michigan State in his freshman year, he put up numbers of 12.1 points, 3.3 rebounds, 1.9 assists, shot 50, 40, 83, which is obviously nice and impressive, and had 0.8 steals. And so, for Jase, I am excited maybe about his ability to be that connective piece at the guard position, but am concerned about size and defense, which is what's going to keep him from making rotations. French forward Noah Penda had impressive measurements at the International Combine, coming in at 6'7" without shoes and having a 6'11" wingspan, which both surprised me and gave me hope for him to carve out a strong role in the NBA. At the current moment, he isn't much of a shooter, but I don't mind the mechanics too much, and I think there's at least a chance he'd become a serviceable player around the perimeter. Offensively, I do love the idea of Noah Penda becoming a connective piece type of role player who can do a variety of things like put the ball on the floor, screen hard, and either roll or pop for an easy look. Additionally, I think his playmaking sense is pretty solid, and so there's a clear vision, at least in my mind, of something positive happening there. His true value, though, obviously lies defensively, and his versatility and length contribute to a projectable high-level defender. He has a sturdy base, which allows him to bump drivers and make up relatively well for his lack of speed, and his ability to pickpocket defenders and strip drivers is among the best in the class. A lot of guys in this class don't have a very polished offensive game, and so Penda fits that as well. And so here we see another player with great defensive upside with a chance to provide high-level role player activity on the offensive end, and if it all works out, he's the perfect type of player for the modern NBA, especially with the way things are trending towards deep rosters of competent players. I think for Noah Penda, he has a pretty solid basketball IQ, and the shot just needs to improve for him to become someone that teams are okay with playing on the floor, but the defense is there, and I think playing in the French League definitely gave him a lot of important reps for how to fit in as a role player, as opposed to maybe him having had a little more of a star role in college. At Le Mans, he put up stats of 10.2 points, 5.1 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 1.4 steals, 0.4 blocks, and shot 44, 30, 70. So obviously you'd like to see the 3-point percentage go up, but for Noah Penda, I have his ceiling being a winning rotation player where I could see him coming off the bench for a team in the playoffs and hitting some threes, making some solid passes, and just playing really hard out there and giving good effort on defense, which leads to results. Floor, I have him as reserve because ultimately if the shot doesn't really develop, it's going to be hard for a playoff team to want to throw him in games. And then on average, I think he'll be a rotation player for, a mid-tier team. Somewhat of a mid-rotation player if you guys are into 2K, one of those like 76, 77 overall type of role players that fit in well with many teams but might not play for the best of them.
Sur Saibou qui ne trouve pas Lanier cette fois-ci. Buchanan, c'était compliqué, mais Noah Penda qui prend ce rebond.
Danny Wolf has been probably the most intriguing and the biggest brain teaser prospect in this entire NBA draft for me, and as someone with a personal connection to him, I'm at even greater odds as an evaluator. At his best, I think Danny can be someone who dominates in the NBA, and he showed incredible flashes at Michigan as a 7-footer who can really, truly run the pick and roll, have a deep bag of guard skills and impressive shooting moves, size ups, escapes, step backs. His bag is very deep. You can tell he works on these moves, and for a 7-footer, this is extremely unique, especially someone with his physical profile. But for some reason, I personally just can't quite shake the feeling that if he doesn't reach a level of efficiency required for coaching staffs to let him run free in the league, he might not have a place as a role player given his profile. Moreover, if he is to play the 4 in the NBA, I question his ability to have a defensive impact akin to the one he had in his lone season at Michigan, because these wing players are going to be a lot more athletic, and as sturdy as he is, I wonder if he'll be able to keep up with them in terms of speed and verticality. And he's such a strange, unique prospect, and with that in mind, I have such a hard time envisioning what exactly he's going to be like at the next level, because obviously the talent is there, but I wonder if teams are going to let him reign free and do the things that he was doing in Michigan. So with all that in mind, my bet would be that the team that drafts him really matters, and they would likely try to mold his unique talents into a more palatable player. But nonetheless, he's certainly a risky prospect that I still think is worth a mid-first round selection because at his base level, he's an excellent rebounder who clearly has playmaking chops, which will allow him to confidently be that DHO, chase, and get guy at the bare minimum. But I have his ceiling as all NBA, which in this range is definitely an outlier because you think about what he's been able to put together, these tough bucket scoring moves, this great playmaking. Like I said, he's a great rebounder, but unfortunately, I don't know how likely this is, but it's so tricky to evaluate him. And the reason why I have him low is because floor and average, I have him as a reserve and a non-winning role player because if you think about what Danny Wolf could be, assuming it doesn't work out, he doesn't have much to fall on in terms of being a role player. So I think there is a chance where he's in and out of the G League the first couple of years and then maybe it doesn't work out. So I have his floor as a reserve. And then on average, I think he could be a non-winning rotation player. I would be really excited to see him in the league on a below 500 team, running the pick and roll, shooting step backs and things like that. But I'm just very curious about whether or not it necessarily will be anything for him at the NBA level. And so in his third collegiate season and his first one at Michigan, the former Yale player posted stats of 13.2 points, 9.7 rebounds, in which he led the Big Ten. He had 3.6 assists, shot 50% from the field, 34% from three, and unfortunately sub 60% from the line, which a lot of people are going to cite as reasons why they don't think he'll shoot in the league. But I think the 3-point percentage was quite low because if you look at the shot diet of threes, he's shooting 34% on tough shots. And so I think there's a very clear chance for Danny Wolf to surpass where I have him on my board. But, when I'm looking at how I want to put it together, I have more safer prospects ahead of him and those who I think have a better chance of reaching their ceiling, even if that ceiling is lower.
Wants him to defend the three-point line better, and he'd like to see his wings fly for rebounds.
Ahead, Wolf kicked, and he tossed it to Broom. Do it in an Auburn Tigers uniform. Two great players there. Out of the timeout, Wolf gives up his dribble. Shot clock at 14. What they can tell? It's going to be 5 seconds. Couldn't get it to good, and they give it away on the 5-second call. 50. They could mix and match. Nice ISO. Johnson goes diagonal for Jones. Tough match for Wolf. Cross, fade. He does. So what did he wants to run? And why not? Feed his numbers. They fake on a double. Burnett backs off. Broom works to a strong hand. Comes up short. And Burnett is by 7. There's the flex screen. Swing it. Kelly looking for his range. Not there. And Johnson tosses in for Pettiford. They're trying to get Broom in. We're going to hit 4 minutes remaining. Pettiford crosses. Look at him bounces. Caldwell can't finish.
As one of the more raw prospects in this draft, scouts love Joan Beringer's physical tools and shot blocking upside, as well as potential for more on the other end. He'll probably go much higher than where I personally have him on my board, but what concerns me and what will probably reduce how much stock I should be taking into the film is the fact that he's super raw. Beringer played in the Latvian league as well, which obviously isn't the most high-powered league in Europe, and the extent to which his deficiencies got exposed in Latvia concerns me a lot about his immediate translation to the NBA. And although he will definitely not be asked to do anything with the basketball other than finish a lob or go for a standing dunk, the turnover clips presented troubling questions to me about his game and makes me curious about whether or not the project will eventually pan out. He wasn't as fluid picking up the basketball and having a straightforward motion into his shots, even when they were layups, and made many avoidable mistakes that I'm hoping don't come with him into the league because ultimately, if he puts it together, he is a fun player to watch. On the defensive end, however, Beringer could be truly transcendent. His high vertical and huge frame allows him to sky for blocks and protect the rim, And I think that he could be a high-level rim protector in the league, but he'll probably need to be quicker and more disciplined as well. In Latvia, he was much more physically imposing than other players in a way that I don't think he'll be in the NBA. And in general, I'm excited at what he might be able to translate into, but I think it'll require the right team and the right developmental path, which for someone who might not be a lottery pick, it's not the easiest fit to think about. And so for ceiling, I have a winning starter. Just thinking about the athleticism and movement for someone of that size and someone who can just become a high-value center who plays the right way and doesn't really need to shoot threes anymore because that's just the way the league is trending. I don't mind it. And then floor, reserve, or even out of the league for that matter, because if he doesn't put things together and is still very turnover prone and makes mistakes with the ball, it's going to be tough for him to find rotation minutes. But on average, I think, there is a chance he figures some stuff out a little bit. So I had him as a rotation player. And in Latvia, he didn't play all too much. And in those minutes, he averaged 5.4 points, 4.9 rebounds, half an assist, block and a half a steal, a turnover, and shot 65% overall from the field. Didn't shoot and didn't make a single three, and shot 57% from the free throw line. So, this is a pretty classic archetypal player. Not very skilled, but has all the physical tools in the world to find success in the league. And, where he is in my board, I think he's worth a bet. Certainly in the first round, I think the right team could figure him out, but I'm worried because not everyone pans out the way you think they're going to, especially in the draft.
Čeka loptu Andjušić i uzima šut. Ovog je promašio, ali Radošević za trenutak i kakva nespretnost.
Beringer. Sporac je Beringer, jasno.
Još jednom mašio, ali Beringer je ušao i u igru, stvarno počeo dominirati.
After a rocky freshman season at UConn, drafting Liam McNeeley is a bet on his feel for the game and a return to normalcy shooting-wise, because although his offensive clips show someone that might have a ton of offensive upside, and obviously he's a lot higher on mocks than I have him on my board, he has some abysmal shooting percentages, to say the very least. And however, obviously this could be due to him having been overtaxed in his role as the primary creator for UConn, but still, it's not promising to see. Even with that in mind, he's been able to find some level of success, which is a credit to his scoring moves and understanding of timing and angles. And I would say that he's a pretty underrated athlete. I mean, he set the record at the combine for the shuttle drill, but with all that in mind, I'm still concerned about his ability to defend and necessarily be an efficient scoring threat. I do think that in a complementary role, he may be able to find his way in the league and probably has a lot more upside as a long-term connected piece than I might be giving him credit for. But if you can't put it together at an efficient level, coaches simply won't want to have him in the game in important moments. And so for ceiling for Liam McNeeley, I have him as a winning starter. I don't really like to do comparisons, but given the feel for the game and just his movement, I'm thinking a lot about Franz Wagner. Obviously, he's not going to get the volume of shots that Franz gets, and he's shorter and won't be able to drive as well as Franz does. But think about someone who moves the ball well, can give a little bit of effort on defense, and generally just knows how to make the right play. And then floor for him, I have a reserve because it's pretty simple. If he's not going to be able to make shots, he's not going to be able to play. And then on average, I think he'll be a solid rotation piece. Maybe not the first off the bench for a winning team, but someone who can come in and at least give some valuable minutes. In his freshman season at UConn, his splits were 38 from the field, 31 from three, and 86 from the line. And maybe the 86 is an indicator of something better to come, but he averaged 14.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and gave us 0.6 steals and 0.2 blocks per night.
Gators switching on those pin downs. Reed's got to get in and beg. McNeeley, he draws and one pin on the outside. McNeeley off the dribble. Kick it for the Stewart J. Knocks it over to Mahaney. Another reload here for UConn. McNeeley passed and the ball pops up. up short on the floater.
He wasn't limping when he caught the ball.
No, everybody gets healthy. McNeeley got cut off by Goodine, but he's going to get around him. McNeeley, a lot of activity. Johnson's finishing.
Sort of known for that continuous ball screen action. Multiple bigs out there. Great versatility.
Look at that screen. Bound, knocked around, and it's claimed by Martin. A reload here for Florida. The versatility of Condon, inside, outside. Chindaloo, so strong in the interior, but he missed it off the rim. And the rebound doesn't go for Hauk. UConn #1 blocking team in the N22, Florida. Aberdeen back in for the Gators. Martin lines it up, rims out, rebound.
Good job he's done there, though.
Chindaloo is back in for Florida. They lead by 1. We approach 2 minutes to go in the first half.
This is the dancing.
Martin, the Florida Friday. They have been held to 29 in the first half so far. Martin spins, trying to create a shot with the offhand.
So Nolan Traore is among one of the more talented guards in this class, but once again, I'm worried about a long-term role player fit for him if he doesn't reach what his ceiling or potential could be. He doesn't quite shoot it at a high level yet, but as a ball handler and a visionary point guard, there actually is a lot to like. He's very creative at finding passing lanes and very skilled at hitting rollers, and I can see him finding a niche in the league as a table setter for guys, and he had a lot of high-value reps for his French league team in which he was making those types of plays, setting up teammates, but the thing is, he'll need to become a better shooter for all this to work, and as you pretty much have to be at least a league average three-point shooter to play in important moments, especially as a dominant ball handler guard. And so I think a possible contributor to Traore's lower percentage, though, could be a result of his shot diet, as when he was playing for St. Quentin last season, he was taking dribble jumpers more than I guess I would like to see, and this possibility resulted from the sheer amount of on-ball usage that he had. On the defensive end, I'm not all too fond of his ability to hold his own, but his solid, I guess, average size makes me think he doesn't necessarily have to be a full-time liability in the league. Maybe he could put on some pounds and get better footwork, but it's going to be tough. And in general, he's full of talent and upside to figure things out, as he was one of the top 3 picks coming in this year. Obviously, that's not how things ended up shaking out for him, but with his age as well, I wouldn't be surprised if teams took a swing on him and started playing him early to try to maximize that potential. So for ceiling, I have him as an all-star, because if you think about what Nolan Traore could be as one of those table setter, shot creating guys, there is a chance. And the playmaking is obviously at a very high level right now. Floor, I have him as a reserve, because if he can't guard, he can't shoot, and he can't quite create the requisite separation to get his own shot in the league, I'm not sure who's going to give him those minutes. And on average, I think he is simply a rotational piece, maybe not necessarily for a winning team, but someone who comes off the bench and makes some sort of impact. And so in his lone season at St. Quentin, he had averages of 12.3 points, 2 rebounds, 4.7 assists, 0.7 steals, and shot 41, 31, 71. So obviously, and this is what I've been saying about most players, I would like to see them to be a lot more efficient down the line in order for them to have an impact in the NBA.
Traoré, Ben Traoré, Kurkoud avec Khalid Moore, Traoré, 6 secondes, il a pris l'espace, il va pouvoir ressortir sur Loïc Schwartz, un 3 points, ouais, il est pas non plus. Traoré pour le Zigzag. Traoré à l'intérieur pour le Zigzag face à Clément après cette dernière possession. Traoré. Oh là là, Onyangé à 3 points et on manque d'adresse du côté du CSP. Jérôme Robinson, Nolan Traoré. Nolan. Avec Collin Isaac. Avec Kirkwood pour la remise en jeu. Avec Traoré. 10 secondes. Traoré pour Kirkwood. On a du mal hein, sur la circulation des joueurs. Charvin. Ouais, Traoré. Il va ressortir sur Jérôme Robinson. Complètement ouvert. Troisième période de 10 minutes. Sheriff Cooper. On ressort sur Phil Booth, on joue l'extra passe à chaque fois et la vis en défense pour Nancy parce que là déjà 26 points encaissés alors qu'il reste 2 minutes. Washington. Il aura bien voyagé là, Washington. Il va réattaquer. C'est pas mal fait ça pour Isaiah Washington. Et Walker avec Clemens qui toujours pas, voilà, n'est toujours pas rentré dans son match et pour Jovan Onyongue. Et ça fait 12 au total pour cette équipe de Saint-Quentin. Clemens. La banca. Clemens. Il va ressortir l'extra passe, la banca. Oh oui, pas mal. Pas mal pour Caleb Walker. Et c'est de...
Similarly to some of the other wing prospects that I've talked about on my board, North Carolina's Drake Powell has an easy fit in the league as a three-point shooter and defender, and although I would say it's more theoretical than some of the other guys on my board in that mold, you know, I still do tend to believe on that archetype as someone who can make an impact in the NBA. And although he had an up and down freshman season with North Carolina coming in and out of the starting lineup, I would say he was relatively productive when he was on the floor. And with a guy like this, you simply have to bet on the universal appeal of the 3-and-D wing to be high on him. And so for me, you know, I would say I'm, I guess, lukewarm. I think he's a little more raw than people are giving him credit for. And he was one of the players who at the Combine seemingly had a massive rise, and then scouts kind of pulled the brakes on him coming down the line with mocks much closer to the draft now. And I think, like I said, he's a little more raw, and so I'm unsure if he'll be able to make quick decisions on the NBA level right away. And I think I'd like to see his jumper improve as well, since it will probably be the X factor in deciding if he has an NBA career or not, because to be honest, he puts the ball on the floor a little bit. He is pretty versatile as a defender, but he's not doing anything at a crazy high level. And he was one of the highest regarded high school recruits, and you know, this thing happens a lot of the times. But nonetheless, I think his defensive acumen was solid in college, and he showcased a good amount of versatility to garner a mid to late first round grade in my opinion. Obviously I have him lower than that on my board, but my board is a lot more of projecting the careers rather than the selections. And so I wouldn't be surprised if teams take him in that 16 to 25 range, for example. And so for stealing for Drake Powell, I have winning starter. You know, you watch the film and you can clearly see that he could be someone like a Cam Johnson, for example. Once again, I don't really like giving comps, but thinking about various roles, at least as being a stationary shooter who can pass the ball a little bit, make a play. That's something I'm thinking about. But then for his floor, I have reserve, and it's going to be reserved for most of the players throughout my board at this point, because everybody is an imperfect prospect now. And for Drake Powell, you know, if the shooting was a fluke and if he doesn't put it together, like I've been saying for all these guys, you know, it's tough to see him play. But on average, I think he'll be a rotational piece who, you know, defends well, hits open shots, but doesn't really give you much else. And so in his freshman season at UNC, he had averages of 7.4 points, 3.5 rebounds, an assist, 0.7 blocks, 0.7 steals, and shot splits of 48, 35, 65. And so, you know, almost 50-40 something, but that something was 65% from the line. And although it was a pretty low volume of free throws, so you could attribute variance to it, it's still not great to see.
Top against Washington. Padua in Trimble. Screen, no switch, the double, the feed. Davis with a three. Short,
really clicking right now. It's an 18-2 run for North Carolina.
Nothing easy for San Diego State.
Well, this is danger time right now.
In for Knueppel, quick shot, well short.
Action. Stopping Salas from getting downhill.
Nembhard gave up the dribble. And back out for Salas. Commanding the ball again. He'll shoot it.
So a teammate of Noa Essengue at Rasio Farm, Ulm, point guard Ben Saraf had shocking measurements to me at the International Combine that made me really overreact before returning him back to where he originally was on my board. I think I moved him up like 14 spots, but then, I had to pump the brakes and chill out a little bit. But for some reason, while I was watching the film on him, I've been studying him for a while because he's been one of those hot names in the niche draft market, but I just haven't been sold on the film. And the idea of Ben Saraf definitely stands out for him to be a draft steal, but I'm just not sure if that really can happen. He measured in at 6'6" without shoes and had a 6'8" wingspan, and his ability to get downhill mixed with solid playmaking chops could present a valuable player with defensive upside. But just like a lot of different players in this draft that I'm lower on, his inability to shoot and his awkward fundamentals paired with a relatively poor athleticism base leads me to think he might figure it out at the highest level. And so I don't know if it's going to happen for him, but he might not be able to create enough separation. But I will say he is creative enough to mitigate that. And honestly, I think chances are I'm probably too low on Ben Saraf, but it's more of a gut feeling here for me against his tools and against his basketball IQ, and a belief that his shooting stroke will keep him from finding success in the league. And so for ceiling of Ben Saraf, I have non-winning starter, so think someone on a below 500 team who maybe has inflated stats, but then if he gets moved to a playoff contender, he's definitely not starting. And then floor, just like I said, most of the players at this point are going to have a reserve level floor because, it's very easy for me to say this over and over again. I probably sound like a broken record, but if you can't shoot in the league, you're not going to be able to play. And on average, I have him as being a non-winning rotation player, very similarly to Nolan Traore, just coming in, helping run the offense and set up teammates, but not necessarily doing a bunch of scoring at an efficient level. And in his lone season for Ulm, he put up averages of 12.5 points, 2.8 rebounds, 4.2 assists, a steal, 0.3 blocks, and shot 45, 30 from 3, and 76 from the line.
Jessup, tu mu Herkinkov pravi blok. Saraf ispao je Martin vrlo lako.
Karim Jalou pa Marcio Santos. Čeka se Ben Saraf, nije uspio da primi loptu. Tu je Olinde sada u petorci. Saraf, Santos, Zaten. Karim Jalou sada napada sredinu, mora u dodavanje. Saraf kreće u prodor, utrčao je Santos, nije baš obećavao ovaj napad Ulma. Tu je bio Marcio Santos, evo ga ponovo, pa Saraf. Pas u dubinu,
posprema, ponovo smo na 7 zaostatka. Sad jedan napad bi domaći trebali obraniti, na drugoj strani sabiti i onda bi nastala totalna ludnica za Raf. Hoće li zabiti?
Kormak, Martin Matip, Steve Bittner i Clemens Fritz čine sudijsku trojku, a prvi napad je za tim iz Berlina. Alba je u petorci Justin Bean, David McCormack, Martin Hermansson, Tim Schneider i Hermansson. Postavlja blokadu Delu, pa ipak ne McCormack. Dalje Hermansson, ispred njega je Ben Saraf, faul u napadu McCormacka, ništa nije svirano. Hermansson za 3, nije pogodio, bori se McCormack. Asistent i Jaki Lakoviću, bio je asistent i Antonu Kavelu. Delov napada sredinu, odlazi do kraja, obrukao se ovde.
15-godišnjeg Izraelca, 12-5 plus 7 za Ulma. Sustav je takav da se i četvrtfinale i polufinale i finale igra na 3 pobjede, dakle maksimalno 5 utakmica. Domaćini na 24, gosti na 34, zabili su 12 poena u nastavku. U nastavku 12-6 za Ulm. To je bio razlog zašto je...
So I wouldn't be surprised if Walter Clayton Jr. finds his way in the NBA and sticks around as someone who plays a lot like Cole Anthony, someone who's a smaller guard who comes off the bench and is only really required to shoot the ball. And I think for him, you know, that's probably what the best outcome is, which is why I'm not as high on him as other players who I think are more winning role player upsides. And so as the star of March Madness, you know, I think people seem to be much higher on Walter Clayton than I am. But I will say, you know, solid feel for the game, real scoring acumen. But as an undersized and older guard as well, we have another prospect that I personally seriously question their ability to become that winning role player. And his scoring and passing are certainly things that I'm interested in and that I think NBA teams will likely enjoy. So for that reason, I can see him coming off the bench as being a facilitator and a spark plug. But once again, like I've been saying, I'm not sure if he can contribute to meaningful playoff basketball given his lack of defensive tools. Obviously, he's someone who I think competes, and we saw that throughout the March Madness run, but for his size, for his age, and for his lack of athleticism, I don't think the offense is going to be enough for him to really be a starting player, or even a star for that matter. And so, as I've been saying throughout this entire video, if you're not going to be a star, what can you do as a role player? And for Walter Clayton, it's not as promising as some of these other guys. And so ceiling, I have him as a non-winning starter. Obviously, since the offense is so potent for him, teams, you know, a couple years from now may look for him to start on offense and run the show, but floor, reserve, it's pretty self-explanatory at this point in the video. All of these guys have clear paths to not playing as well, and I think that path for Clayton is if he can't create separation at the next level because of his lack of athleticism. I mean, we saw this in March Madness. There were times where he was a very inefficient scorer and wasn't exactly making making plays for himself and others. And so there is a chance, but on average, I think he is going to be a rotation player. Certainly will get minutes for teams, probably won't get high-level minutes for playoff teams, but is someone who will play for a few years. And so I gave him that grade. And then in his final season in college with Florida, he averaged just over 18 points per game, 3.7 rebounds, an impressive 4.5 assists, and gave 1.2 steals, 0.5 blocks, and shot, thankfully, an efficient 45, 39, 88. So, you know, when I compare him to all these other prospects, he's a lot more efficient than them, and that's why I think offensively in the NBA he'll be able to translate super well. But when it comes to being a role player, defense is a lot more valuable than offense. And so just because he's more efficient than some of the other players on this list, his defensive problems keep him low.
Right now it's a 12-point Houston cushion. It all begins here if you want to creep back in this. Pryor against Clayton. Spin, fade, gotta game this kid off the rim.
So although he's probably going to be a one-trick pony and a specialist in the NBA, I think Koby Brea has a very easy path to rotational minutes early on in his career. And as one of the best pure shooters in this class, Koby Brea can likely find his ways into games as a big-time spacing threat and a movement shooter. And although he's a 5-year player and probably won't have much of a ceiling, I really like the fact that he's just simply a knockdown shooter who can sometimes put the ball on the floor and readjust for a different shot if necessary. When you're picking in the late 20s to the early second round, teams should be looking for players who can slot in and fill a role. And although Koby Brea isn't much of a defender, I'm a fan of what he brings on that end, and especially on offense, I think he'll be a great complementary piece to a team with a star. And even though the vast majority of his shot diet is jumpers, and that's a common complaint from scouts, do we really expect him to be a driver in the league? You know, I think like I've been saying, you want guys who can dribble, pass, and shoot, but there is still a lane for just absolute flamethrower shooters to make a difference in the NBA. And so for ceiling, I have him as a winning rotation player. You know, I don't think he's big enough necessarily to be a winning starter, and so I think he'll have to come off the bench. But I mean, I think there's still a path for him to be a valuable player. And then floor, reserve, self-explanatory once again. I think maybe the shooting was a fluke. It's probably not, but if the defense and the ball skills just isn't there, there will be a bunch of teams that might not want to play him. But I think on average, he's a rotation piece for probably at least 20 of the teams in the NBA. And in his 5th year of college at Kentucky, he gave averages of 11.5 points, 3.2 rebounds, 1.3 assists, 0.5 blocks, 0.3 steals, except 44% from 3. And everybody knows he's only shooting 3, so when you consider that, you're thinking at the next level he can probably translate to at least be a 40% shooter. He shot 47 overall and 91% from the line, albeit on low volume, but he is a big-time shooter, and when you're drafting at this point, that's pretty much all you can hope for.
Ziegler on the attack again, sends it to the corner to Lanier. Shot clock at 6 for Ziegler. A step back 3 is blocked by Owe and Mesha.
Team that is so methodical like Tennessee is.
The teams are a combined 3 of 14 as Brea. Milicic baseline. Out to Ziegler. Extra pass. Gainey for 3.
What do you eat back home? And he said this specific cereal, so they went to an international grocery store, got him that, and now it's all the rage in Big Blue Nation. And guys, I'm going to try it right now and see how it goes.
You sound hesitant, Evan. Gainey misses inside. Washburn.
Open. Huge part of their arsenal and huge reason why they beat this Tennessee team twice.
Ziegler with the left hand. Yes.
So Adou Thiero is one of the prospects in this draft that I'm very intrigued with and pretty excited about, and he's about as athletic as it gets in this draft, and I'm constantly intrigued by what exactly he will turn into in the NBA. He's someone who I don't really know what position he's going to be, and I think situation is going to be extremely important for him. For example, I think if he can somehow fall to the Pacers, down the line he could be someone that they call upon to be a difference maker. Because he's a major threat as a cutter and driver and is excellent at finishing with power and with speed, he's going to be a tough cover off the ball in the NBA. And so I think if you pair him with shooters and a real facilitating guard, you could maximize what he brings. Obviously right now he's a non-shooter, and I've been complaining about a lot of guys in this draft as being non-shooters, but if he can get to even be slightly below average, I think he can end up much higher than my current ranking for him on my board. His athleticism and polish helps him immensely as a defender as well, and he plays with so much energy that, I'll probably end up being too low on him. But the reason why I have him where I do is because he is such a situational fit. He's definitely in that tweener type position as an undersized forward, and so he's kind of something that I need to see to believe in right now, but in general, I do have hope for him. And so I think his ceiling is winning rotation, because of the translatability to Indiana specifically, floor, reserve. If he doesn't get the shot to fall, maybe the handling doesn't translate well either, even though he is a pretty great defender and definitely a defensive playmaker, there might be a chance that he doesn't really see the floor, but on average, I think he is a rotational piece, similar to a lot of guys in this field with him. And so in his junior year at Arkansas, after transferring from Kentucky to follow Coach Calipari, he put up 16 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal and a half, a block, and shot 54, 25, 69.
Dynamite with that left hand. Here's Wagner, gives it up to Thiero for 3. Got it!
He's played okay otherwise, but he's really struggled to get the ball in the basket.
They really need to get the ball into Adou, I think.
Yeah, and Adou's been scoring. Adou and Brazil both have been scoring. They've got to get those guys the ball.
Hawkins to Williams, and Williams a 3 in the rebound.
By Pierce, step away. And Adou couldn't corral it. Rebound to Missouri.
It's going to be a physical game. You're going to have to make sure that you shore up the blockouts on both teams, because you know that everyone's crashing the offensive boards.
Here's Pierce will try it.
Broom with 5 rebounds, 2 points and an assist early on. Here's Broom missing the
game is called so differently, and you wonder if that can potentially lead to the lack of success of the SEC because of the foul call and being different in the time.
step back. Pettiford. No. Auburn with possession, up 1, nearing 2 minutes to go. Johnson's got 12 second-half points. Backing down Thiero here. Spinning, shooting. Back rim, no. Broom tips it up and in.
Go with the Deion Sanders. If you look good, you feel good. It's nice looking sport coach for Coach Cal.
So, admittedly, I'm pretty low on Will Riley, especially when comparing him to other people in this draft. But to me, he's another theoretical player, and I think scouts might be overrating him. And I think this is one that I'm not really concerned about him surpassing what I see for him. And I think the thing that scares me the most about him is his handle, which I don't think gets talked about enough. He reminds me a lot of Cody Williams from last year's draft. And in my video about Cody Williams, I talked a lot about where I'm not sure if his ball handle and control is sound enough to develop the shot creation chops that some people would consider Cody Williams to have and what some people are considering Will Riley to have. And not only that, but I think Will Riley's shooting percentage was quite low this past season in Illinois, and although his general off-ball movement is quite fluid for someone of his size at 6'8", he didn't really show enough flashes, in my opinion, to make me believe that he would be a connective piece in the league. And I don't really think it showed him having a long-term defensive upside as well. And I guess people want to bet on the body type and the mechanics of how things look. And, you know, he's not at the bottom of my board by any means, but I'm definitely uncertain about his ability to be an above-average NBA player. And, of course, there's a chance that I'm completely wrong, but once again, I'm kind of having a film-based gut feeling. And for Will Riley, I think what I'm going to have to see is him being more polished, him improving as a shooter, because for now, he really is just a raw theoretical player. And so I think if a team takes him relatively high in the draft, I'm obviously not going to like it, and I'm not rooting against him by any means. It's just realistically, I don't see things happening for him. Ceiling though, you know, once again, purely on the body type and the movement, winning starter. I think he could be a player that makes solid waves on a playoff team and that 3 spot, but floor I have him as a reserve because I think coming into the league, at least right away, I don't really know who's going to be willing to play him if he was 27 years old. I think teams are really looking to play him as a developmental piece. And on average, I think he will be a non-winning rotation player simply because it's hard to find guys who move that well at 6'8" and play that wing position. And then in his freshman season at Illinois next to Kasparas Jakucionis, he put up stats of 12.6 points, 4 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 0.3 steals, 0.3 blocks, and shot an inefficient 43, 32, 72.
No matter what happens, they don't take those down. Think about who you have to beat to get there. Iowa, though, they need a stop or two on this end of the floor. Illinois, 6 of their last 8. Riley shovels it underneath. Finally healthy. The team they thought they could have, but then injuries and illness all year long have derailed this Illini team. And with 7.5 to go, they've got 89 on the board.
Well, how about Collin Boswell? I mean, 39% from 3 his first 2 years at Arizona. That hasn't been the story for him this year, but in this ball game, shooting it with a ton of confidence. We know he has the ability.
And Brea, top 10 in the country, 3-point shooting percentage. Homework out 3 when he picks and pops. Away on top, met by Boswell. Williams, screen, Butler 3. Rebound.
Cleverness and the skill you're talking about.
Absolutely. Long shot here, Swain can't hit. Rebound.
Handed. The ability to pass with either hand makes you so dangerous coming out of pick and rolls.
They got Swain down low. Working on the freshman Riley. Tries to sneak and he does. Beautiful.
Okay, so I'm trying to convince myself that it's not because of his name, but Yannick Niederhauser's film shows a massive high-energy big that I am a lot higher on the consensus, and what I like about him is the ability for him to play with a high-dynamic guard and be an excellent component of an elite 2-man game. I think he's going to have to improve his screening and probably his roll timing to get to that level, but I'm thinking, for example, that if he ends up on the Lakers, paired with a guard like Luka Doncic, or on the Clippers, paired with a guard like James Harden, the combination of his frame and his quickness will allow him to become a significant lob threat early on and get easy buckets. And on the defensive end, although he's pretty raw in terms of post positioning and perimeter defending and contesting, I think his timing as a rim protector is very promising. He was the league-leading shot blocker in the Big Ten, playing for Penn State over the last 2 seasons after transferring from Northern Illinois. And I liked what I saw on the film. Obviously, he's going to have a lot to put together, and we're entering the second round for guys, so there's going to be a lot of swings made here. And I definitely don't think he'll be shooting the ball at the next level, but similarly to other players I've been talking about, I don't think he needs to. And all he really needs to do to become a successful rotation piece, in my opinion, is improve his positioning, timing, and with all of that, I think he'll have a solid career in my eyes. Ceiling for him, I have him as a winning starter. Think about the way Jackson Hayes has been playing with Luka Doncic in LA. Obviously, Jackson Hayes isn't awesome, but I think he could have the chance to be someone who plays like that with a little bit better defense and is just huge. Floor, I gave him out of the league because his fundamentals are just not great. I think there are plenty of other centers that would be able to replace him on rosters, and there is a chance he doesn't make it to a second contract. And on average, I think he's in that non-winning rotation mold. Maybe he doesn't figure out the positioning and only figures out some of the stuff, and maybe he improves slightly as a player with the ball, but I think teams would still want a guy like him to go in the league, and so that's why I have him at that non-winning rotation level. And so in his 3rd college season for Penn State, he put up averages of 12.9 points, 6.3 rebounds, 0.8 assists, 0.7 steals, and had that conference-leading 2.3 blocks. He had a turnover and a half, fouled around 2.5 times, which you don't like to see, and then put up averages of 63% from 2. He shot 9% from 3 on 4 attempts per game. That will probably go to 0, and 66% from the line.
It's a 3 to the block shot. Conan Niederhauser has been a nice addition coming over from Northern Illinois. And back comes Blackwell already on top by 5. Crowd. He's got a lot of good things can happen. Dylan misses, rebound to Wisconsin. You say unselfish, I think about those assists. More than they've had in the last 30 years, and you've seen that here today already. The crowd has had that ball right there. That's where he wants it many times here already. That's a single coverage ball. Yeah. A lot of good things can happen. Dylan misses, rebound to Wisconsin. You say unselfish, I think about those assists. More than they've had in the last 30 years, and you've seen that here today already.
Single coverage ball. Yeah. Say Danny Earl, everybody's going to jump up in their chair.
You're bringing up some of the best names in the last 20, 30 years. Good job inside.
Pull that one down the end.
That was a sweet spin. Did not lead to 2 for Dillion, and the rebound to Gilmore. Crowd on the lookout for an assist or a bucket. And that's how he finds a bucket.
He's been spectacular in this game at both ends of the court. He loves to dunk on people.
That got him into double digits at 11. Crowell.
Brown rims waiting for those. We talked about the lob. Wisconsin fell asleep there. Dribble penetration, and that is a high percentage dunk.
And one of the reasons he's made 6 out of 9 here this afternoon. Couple of dunks in the second half. Lead back to 5. Carter Gilmore, one of the seniors being honored. Inside to another. Well, that is just tough to stop when he missed from. Same goes for Maryland. You can watch them host Northwestern on Peacock in just a little while. Nice little turnaround.
As one of the oldest players coming into this draft, Creighton big man Ryan Kalkbrenner has truly impressive size and dominated the opposing sides at the college level. And maybe I probably should be higher on him than I actually am, but what worries me for him is his movement, and hopefully he'll be able to become a switchable player at the next level and keep up with the speed of the game, but obviously I question that given where he's positioned on my board. However, I do think at the next level, he can be a high-level shot blocker and rebounder who's an intriguing shooting threat with solid percentages and volume across various years. He was so hyper efficient at the college level, which in my opinion was because of his towering frame, but for someone who led the Big East in field goal percentage while shooting threes for the past 4 years, I think he could end up being a real pro. I like his game and I think he can give something to many different teams, but as a 23-year-old with little athleticism, there is always a risk. But if you think about Ryan Kalkbrenner, there is a lot to like. In his 5th college season at Creighton, where he played a full 30-game season every single year, his 5th year he had 19.2 points. He put up 8.7 rebounds, which led the Big East. He dished out 1.5 assists per game, 2.7 blocks. He led the Big East in blocks for the last 3 seasons, 0.5 steals, and was so efficient. He led the Big East in field goal percentage for 4 consecutive years. And in this last year, he shot 65% from the field, 35% from 3 on 1.5 attempts per game, and he shot just under 70% from the line. And so looking at that statistical profile and recognizing that it was honestly quite consistent over his stint at Creighton, if he can move with the best of them, I think Ryan Kalkbrenner could be much better than where I have him. So I have a ceiling as a winning starter, floor out of the league, because I'm always worried, once again, about those long-term big college centers who don't move too well. But on average, I think he'll be a rotation player who, probably is towards the bottom of rotations, but definitely gives something at the next level.
A mid-range jump shot, knowing that Kalkbrenner was laying back in the key. Tall task for Louisville. As Kalkbrenner, he'll shoot the 3 every now and then. Meanwhile, 13-point game. Reset it. Kalkbrenner gets a post up, and Kalkbrenner, Tre, first-time father. He's got 10.5 here, does Terrence Edwards. Zugits turns the corner. Kalkbrenner's right there. Wow, the yesterday and injuries.
St. John's beat Marquette 79-63.
And Dari Richmond is playing with one shoe. Oh. Points between those two players. Going to need much more production, of course, this evening.
Kalkbrenner. Neal with 19 yesterday against UConn. Kalkbrenner, great catch, hold it up.
We've been here before.
So Creighton with the ball to start the second half. Neal, Kalkbrenner. Ashworth down the lane, crafty, off the glass, no. Kalkbrenner there.
Have to be a little bit more patient in this game because he's not going to have the quickness, size, or athletic advantage he had as in last game.
The BA, JJ, and Allen.
How about that? Purdue won earlier today, 10-0.
10-0.
If Michigan hangs on, UCLA, the legend times. Broom hasn't filled up the scoring box, but a ton of offensive boards. He's drawn 3 fouls. He's going to pull a 3. And he missed it back. Stayed with him step for step.
But Conwell gave him space, okay, and he knew he could step up and contest. And it's like they're at ease in their offense, getting the shots they want. Speaking of which, one of them right there. Then Kalkbrenner being available to catch him with the easy finish.
Creighton out of the Big East, Omaha, Nebraska. They packed the house there in downtown Omaha as well. 6th most attended games in NCAA this year. Average nearly 17,000 a game. Feels like they're playing a road game here to start the NCAA tournament. Late clock, Edwards, no. McDermott yesterday goes, this is nothing new for us. We felt like we played a road game on a neutral site at the Big East tournament against UConn, against St. John's at Madison Square Garden. So this is right on par.
So before the season started and this draft cycle really got going, Hugo Gonzalez was regarded as a lottery pick. And after having a very inconsistent role for Real Madrid, he's fallen quite far on boards, and obviously mine as well. And to be honest, I'm just not sure who or what he is, since I haven't quite seen much film, but I am willing to admit that he has a wide margin and opportunity to surpass this ranking and make me look foolish once again. At Real Madrid, in the limited film I did get to see, it was apparent that he has a very high feel for the game and has an underrated level of athleticism and poise, and so there's a lot to appreciate for someone who played at the highest possible level of international basketball. And I like the idea of him being one of those connective pieces who can dribble, pass, shoot, which, like I've been saying, is really what I'm valuing in this draft at the next level. But it seems like the rest of this class is dealing with a lot of issues, and the same one that he's dealing with, I'd want to see him become a better shooter over the next few years. And on the defensive end, once again, I just want to see more film of meaningful reps. And so for now, he's kind of an anomaly and an international man of mystery. And so he has a very wide range, in my opinion, because he is a pretty big question mark. Ceiling, I have all-star. And what I did see with him, he could put the ball on the floor well. He was a great cutter. And similarly to some other players like Liam McNeeley in this class, I see a lot of fronds with him. Floor, I have him as a reserve. And average, I have a rotation, which is about as wide of a net as you could cast. And it's because of how unlikely it is for him to become any of these types of guys. Because there's such a wide range, it's tough for me to project. And so at Madrid, he averaged 3.4 points, 1.8 rebounds, 0.6 assists, and 0.3 steals, as well as 0.3 blocks. And he shot 40% from the field overall there, 28 from 3 and 75 from the line. Maybe you can attribute the poor shooting to him coming in with a weird role, but if you look across the various seasons, he shot 24% from 3 last year with Real Madrid as well as their U18 squad. But when he was playing for their main team and their U18 as well earlier on and had more games for their under-18 team, he shot around 38% from 3. So there is a chance he could develop. I am a fan of the mechanics, but it's just really difficult to talk about a guy where you haven't seen much. And that's why a lot of scouts are probably not going to be high on him as well and draft him quite low. I think had he gone to college, there would be a chance he's a lottery pick, or if he continued to play in Spain, he could be a lottery pick as well. But I completely understand why he'd want to come to the NBA right away, and he'll probably get some reps in the G League.
Campazzo, Dani Perez, šut za 3, ako ovo uđe, a ušlo.
Da, koji još raste, koji se razvija, koji je rođen u ljeto 2004. Ogroman broj igrača dolazi u...
So as one of the better shooters in this draft, I think Tennessee's Chaz Lanier can have an easy path in becoming a role player in the league, kind of in that Malik Beasley archetype. But obviously is a 5-year player in college who transferred from North Florida and then had a major surge in production over the last couple of years. The shift from what occurred in college into the pros might not be as predictable as I'm alluding to, but nonetheless, I will once again trust in a high major volume and efficiency paired from 3 with high flying off screens for jumpers. These are good film. These are things I like to see. I saw Dalton Knecht do it last year for Tennessee, and he's had a pretty rocky transition, and I think Knecht had a lot more on-ball scoring upside than Chaz Lanier did, but I think their profiles are similar, except I had Dalton Knecht around 30 spots higher on my board. Obviously, these drafts are different, but nonetheless, I do think I want to trust what I'm seeing for him as a shooter, and he probably won't be asked to do much more than fly off screens and hit shots in the league that I'm guessing, and so I think it works well for him. Of course, he's not going to be an amazing defender, and like I said, I hate doing comparisons, but I did bring up the Malik Beasley thing, and he doesn't really even need to move the ball, just kind of shoot it when he gets it, and that's the type of player that will play in the NBA. And so ceiling for him, I have winning rotation. This is assuming he figures it out defensively a little bit more and tries to mold his game into that role player mold. Floor, reserve, there's a chance he's just picking on younger guys and the shooting is a little bit of a fluke, but on average I have him as a rotational piece. And in his 5th college season for Tennessee, he put up 18 points per game, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, a steal, pretty much 0 blocks and shot 41, 39, 76. Okay, so Ryan Nembhard is also one of my guys in this year's draft, and I'm significantly higher on him than the consensus. And he first came onto my radar at around the start of this year's college basketball season when I watched him play Ole Miss, and I just was pretty impressed by what I was seeing. The Gonzaga point guard has a ton of feel for the game and playmaking acumen, and he's someone who loves to set up his teammates and is great at doing it. He has an awesome basketball IQ and simply just plays the right way, which is very valuable at the league level. And of course, he's undersized at around 5'11", 6 foot, and that's likely the reason why people are so low on him, and it's the reason why I don't have him higher. But at the end of the day, he's one of those guys that in my mind is just straight up good at basketball. He shot extremely well from 3, was very active in passing lanes and poking defenders for steals, and so I think there's a lot in his favor that can mitigate the fact that he might get targeted on the defensive end. But for me, I would love to bet on someone who simply makes those around him better, hits people great in pick and roll sets, and I personally trust to have the ball for a vast majority of the game. And I have a ton of hope that a coach hopefully believes in him, and my belief personally is that he'll become a backup point guard for a long time. And so for ceiling for him, I have non-winning rotation. As we're getting into the mid-30s of my board, we're not going to see a lot of players that I think will play in playoff settings, and that's fine. You know, there are plenty of teams that will want guys like Ryan Nembhard that aren't going to ask him to play in Game 7 of the finals, for example. For his floor, I have out of the league. If the defense doesn't work, it's probably over. And there's a chance that he ends up in the G. But on average, I have non-winning rotation as well, because I do think teams will want to play him. It's not that hard. And in that final season at Gonzaga, he averaged 11 points, 3 rebounds, just under 10 assists, had 1.7 steals, and only 2.5 turnovers, which is an amazing assist-to-turnover ratio, and shot 44, 40, 70. So, you know, as a pure statistical standpoint, Ryan Nembhard is a gamer. He will be great at setting up teammates, and I truly, truly think that he will have some type of basketball career.
Display dribbling, but got too deep. Here comes Nembhard up the floor to the corner battle. Makes his man miss, steps in, jumper's good.
The Georgians only turned it over 2 times here in the second half. They turned it over 10 times in the first half.
Ajayi from 18.
SIUE game.
Sure did. Francis off the front of the rim. Roberts with the rebound. Pryor for 3. 3 rebounds in the early going. Here comes Pryor for 3. In and out.
Boy, that was not doing too much. One dribble, power dribble.
Go ISO.
Sharp fadeaway jumper. It's good up Stromer. Shot clock down to 7. Uzan directing traffic. Trying to get free of Nembhard. Step back 3. No good. And the rebound.
Has made 11 this year, but I think Houston would let him take that until he makes it.
Pryor leans back for 3. Roberts with the offensive board. Pryor.
So with Tyrese Proctor, we once again have another guy that I'm higher on than most. And I think he's one of the more criminally underrated players in this draft, because I think he suffers from the plague of the consensus and just people getting bored of him. You know, he played 3 years at Duke, didn't really improve all too much statistically, but he's another guard that I think has a very high feel for the game and shooting chops, and that's simply what teams are hoping to get in the early second round and are willing to bet on. And he's a relatively solid shooter, moves the ball well, and although he's not much of a strong defender, I think he competes, which is very important for an off guard. And like I said, although he didn't improve too much statistically over those 3 seasons, he did show a strong ability to be a complementary role player next to stars and NBA players, which I'm interested in for him as a fit down the line. Of course, he had the tragic missed free throw against Houston in the Final Four, and free throw shooting is going to be a problem for him in the NBA because it's the one statistical outlier for him as an inefficiency. But you know, for Tyrese Proctor, we're looking at a high IQ guy who is efficient and does defend at a maybe slightly below average level, but has good size. And so it really doesn't make sense to me why he is this underrated. And in his 3rd season at Duke, he averaged 12.4 points, 3 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 0.8 steals, and shot 45, 40, 68.
Defensive end kind of limiting Duke to some contested shots. Proctor, three-pointer. Will get significant minutes, usually on the floor at the end of games for Arizona, as is Vasar. Lewis trying to stay with Flagg, gets it back to Proctor, shot fake, knifes in, and he lays.
Rebounded by Kon Knueppel. Get it ahead. Flagg, kick, Proctor. Sniper from three. Edgecombe, the Big 12 freshman of the year. Nice paint screen. Proctor. Three. Edgecombe, the Big 12 freshman of the year. Nice paint screen. Proctor. For the #1 seed in the East.
The mismatch inside. Roach on Maluach. Look at the difference. Oh my goodness.
Kon Knueppel drives in on Roach. Kick for Proctor. Fly by O'Meara. Proctor but misses off the heel. Tracks down the loose ball. Offensive rebound. Reload. It's Proctor for Flagg.
First half. That stopped the 12-3. Duke run. And now Proctor looking for Maluach.
And now a reset for Duke. Proctor kicks it to the corner. James. We can make it pay off on the offensive end. Again, Maluach inside. Vasar closes. Oh, nice little left.
Eastern Maine Community College. His twin brother Ace will be playing at Maine. 31-19, Duke. Uzan. Get involved here.
Maluach with a great job. Even if that goes down. Reserve seconds on the shot clock. You push the defense down. If you don't have it, you can set back up with plenty of time on the shot clock.
Abe Holloway probing. High off the glass. Can't get. Amori with the rebound. LeBaron Philon, the freshman. Sears. Just one made field goal. And goes with a little left-handed runner. Can't get the bounce. His teammates are coming from. Easy bucket for James. Kon Knueppel did the hard work there.
And perfect timing on the cut, though. Too soon, you don't get it. Too late. Again, it's not there.
Inside. Diabate blocked.
Probably be the one that will get a lot of open looks based on the starting lineup for the Blue Devils. And now he's taking advantage of it early. Caleb Love will turn around, no good. Duke locking up Arizona, finally get one up.
So I first began to think highly of Javon Small after watching his combine scrimmages, and although many scouts didn't see him as even one of the top guys in that game, what I was looking for and what impressed me was his ability to not only facilitate but be an off-ball mover and spacer, and he's been all over the place in his college career, transferring many times, but he really found his home at West Virginia and was great at getting himself a basket and involving teammates. We'll talk about his stats. They're obviously very impressive, but he seems to be a relatively average defender, which is fine. And personally, I can see him turning into a serviceable role player who can run either guard position and make a play off the bench. And at this point in my board, everyone's pretty much just waiting to stick around in the league. And so I think Javon Small, nonetheless, is someone that I would consider one of those guys who I have some irrational confidence in. I just like what I see film-wise, which is very important. And so ceiling, I have non-winning rotation. Like I said, he's not going to be one of those guys, at least I think, that makes a huge difference in a playoff setting. Obviously, I could be wrong. You know, my ceiling isn't necessarily what I think he could be, because Nikola Jokic went 41, and I'm sure nobody thought he had 3-time MVP as his ceiling, and anyone can be an MVP with the right development, but, you know, realistic ceiling, non-winning rotation, floor out of the league, especially since he's probably going to be a mid to late second rounder. Teams don't really care, and on average, I have reserve. And at West Virginia, he had 18.6 points per game, 4.1 rebounds, a very impressive 5.6 assists, steal and a half, and shot an efficient, which I love to see, 41, 35, 88. So there's a lot to like with Javon Small, and I can see him playing for a team sometime down the line.
It was easy, and it was a well-designed play, but at the end of the day, the athleticism, the instincts shut it down.
Harris, one of the best on-ball defenders, and he's able to keep up there in the of Lovering. West Virginia asks so much of Javon Small night in and night out. And Small gets you going. He can really feed to the rest of the team. Josh Eilert broke shoot-around this afternoon by saying, seniors, you are going to set the tone tonight. We are going to go as you go. He's so proud that they have not checked out since their head coach was fired last week. Small up the floor. Eilert said he would put Asar on Small at times. He feels like Asar can stick with it. We'll see.
And with Small, I think, giving him different looks could be really important, and guarding him with size, in which they have right now.
Oh, Small on the cut, got past. Back into the hands of Small, guarded by Asar. He launches.
Get a shot, or the screener to be able to get some kind of good look.
Oh, beautiful. On the out of bounds. Javon.
Two, I'm sure we'll talk about him today. we'll tease you a little bit, folks.
He's decent.
He was decent. Made his mark about a mile from here in 1988.
Small hesitates. Kick shot, jumper, bucket there for Felix Kasparas.
This is a young Buffalo team with a lot of freshmen. Kasparas one of them.
Paint now looking for some help. Shot clock under 10. Small able to feed it inside.
College in Northern Indiana.
Nevada's fifth-year Koby Sanders is another one of those guys that I have some irrational confidence in as a role player. And once again, I'm pretty simple. I like feel for the game, size, and shooting, and Koby Sanders has those qualities. For someone who's going to be a wing player, his playmaking was very impressive to me. It makes me think that teams may eventually trust him to have the ball in his hands at the next level, although probably not in a featured role, but I think a guy with Sanders' game has a way to come off the bench and make an impact as a high IQ wing. But belief in Sanders is a bet on his year at Nevada being indicative of having figured something out offensively that he'll be able to carry over with him into the future. But at this point in the draft and at this point with my big board, no bet is a generally safe one. I like his game, I can see it working, but it doesn't mean it will. So for ceiling, I have non-winning rotation, floor out of the league, and on average I have him being a reserve because teams probably won't be as high on him as I am. And so there is a chance that he doesn't end up making rosters. And then in his final year in the Mountain West, he gave 16 points, 4 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 1.1 steals, and shot 46, 34, 80. And so with Koby Sanders, I have a lot of that irrational confidence and honestly just wasn't brave enough to put him higher on my board as a lot of the recent guys I've been talking about because it is pretty volatile.
He's rewarded with an open jumper.
Sanders with the ball now. You look at his box score, 7 points, 6 assists, 5.
That type of potential and that type of quickness at the point guard position where he can just flip a game on its head.
Yeah, he got honorable mention in the All-Mountain West Awards, but I think Evans had a good argument to be one of the top 15 players in this conference.
Oh, challenging parts with their season. And they're going to develop and be better because of this, but there has been no lack of effort. And Nique, you see him on the ball there, and it's little things.
We love that too. I love that more. Speaking of love.
There was a guy at New Mexico last year, JT Toppin, who's now at Texas Tech. Same build, same athleticism. I mean, same kind of aggressive mindset when it comes to how he attacks his game.
Koby Sanders.
So is Bowen born. So Niko Medved has gone to his bench early. Nevada really has to pick it up defensively. Rollison a 3.
Nice setup by Rollison.
Davidson whips it to Sanders. Extra pass to Dussel.
Here's Clifford. So dangerous down low, and that's why. By Davidson that time. Clifford a 3. It's good. Ethan Morton has checked in for Colorado State as Clifford is made. That's why he's the logical guy to be a third scorer tonight. Evans doesn't get the bounce statements last time out at Boise State. Picking up where he left off. Lake a three. And Lake has had a slow night.
Look at this ball get reversed and moved. Counted and Nembhard did a great job of using his strength and just walling up there and not being moved.
Clifford, turnaround, tough shot, won't go. And Evans had such a hot start to this game, but quiet since has not scored here in the second half. Wow.
Jamir Watkins, coming out of Florida State, is a high-energy wing whose role in college isn't exactly what I would expect for him coming into the pros. Florida State required him to handle the ball a lot more than any team in the NBA will absolutely want him to, and I think his game is probably better suited for a complementary position, and I think he may end up being more efficient as his role lessens, and with that athleticism, he's another player in that Adou Thiero role as an efficient cutter and defensive presence. And similarly to Adou Thiero, he needs to improve as a shooter, most likely before being trusted on the floor in the league. But I am definitely intrigued by what I've seen for him. He's another 5-year player, and so his developmental path is probably a lot more limited. But I think if he can squeeze into becoming an average shooter in the league, he'll more likely be a guy who can help a team win off of the bench. And so for that reason, I have him as a winning rotation player because of that ability to guard on the perimeter and probably hit shots. And I feel like, once again, if being a wing, I like connected pieces, and I think he could probably do that if the shot gets better. Floor out of the league, you know, there's probably a lot of teams who won't want to bet on a guy who's this old and give them chances to develop. But on average, I have him as a reserve player. You know, probably not a regular rotational piece, but maybe someone who's coming in and out of the G League, giving valuable minutes when players are hurt, and someone who, for example, in mid-March is scoring like an 11-point game, and people are questioning why he went so low. But in that 5th year at Florida State, he averaged 18.4 points, 5.7 rebounds, 2.4 assists, a steal and a half a block, shot 43, 32, 75.
Well, Florida State's got to get the ball moving a little bit. A little too much dribbling by the Seminoles, but this is a nice job going side to side, moving the defense around.
Jerry Dang, who's had a couple of nice games against Duke and Carolina, he's been quiet so far. Watkins, shot clock at 4. Watkins contested. Watkins, 9% on the season. Watkins in double figures. He has 10. He scored at least 20 in 3 straight. Off the Maluach screen. Shot clock running down. Rhodey turns it over. Watkins wide open. Up ahead. Dunks it.
For Kon Knueppel spotting up. That got partially blocked. Deflected by Davis. Here's Watkins at the other end for the dunk in Florida State.
Same time, Isaiah Evans just doesn't even think about it.
Nope. Catch and release. Bounds away. 3 minutes in. 5-point lead. It stays for Duke. Those are 1 for the first 5. Clemson will win at Virginia. Ian Shefflin on his birthday. 21 points and 13 rebounds. Hope the cake's good.
Man, he's been really good all season. Yep. The top 3 in the ACC can do some real damage in the NCAA tournament.
Watkins, January and later in the month. Hey, look, we're pretty steady defensively. We got to continue to evolve and get better on offense. And how about Watkins, 18 tonight?
Nice performance. Tyrese Proctor goes down. You need somebody to step up. Enter Isaiah Evans, who's been playing really well.
Yep. Here's Watkins ahead of 6 minutes to go. Kicks it for Davis. Watkins over Gungba off the window and in. And Sheffield missed the second. So 90-57. Watkins open 3.
the length goes the way of Florida State, but the physicality so far in this contest goes the way of Syracuse. More urgency from the Orange than from Florida State.
Watkins throws it about Jones and Simpson. Holt a senior, Watkins a senior, Malik Ewan back in there after missing 2 games due to an ankle injury. Boy, they missed Malik Ewan, didn't they?
They missed Malik Ewan, and one of the most talented, most skilled centers in the country. They need to go to him early and often, and he needs to be aggressive when he gets the basketball.
Turnover there was Ewan behind the back pass.
Be careful with that one.
Near steal, Watkins comes away with it, dribbling it off his leg.
Down to the big man Ewan. Carlos passes out of it for a second time. Lampkin, very good passer, and a great find to Starling. Passes up a 3 and scores. Didn't want to get the ball there. Screens for Taylor. Driving into Ewan, a wild finish, and Austin Holtz first. Davis backs down Thomas out of the double team. Starling, Taylor 0 for 5 from 3, another one missed.
From their defense, get out in transition and try to find easy and early opportunities. Improved in some area of his game and shooting almost 40% from the three-point line, and how he can get to the rim.
So, you know, similarly to a bunch of other players in this draft and on my board, chances are I might end up being too low on Bogolyub Markovic, but in the film I have seen, especially with him against the Santa Cruz Warriors, it's hard for me to think that I'll end up having the defensive acumen to stick around in the NBA. But obviously, you know, it's hard to admit that there isn't good upside on the offensive end for a 19-year-old international player who could present role player game. And I'm a fan of his shot mechanics and the connective elements, but similarly to a lot of guys around him on this side of the big board, I think he's a lot more of a theoretical player than a prospect with a more solid base. In those games against Santa Cruz Warriors, he didn't really show all too much with Mega to make me excited about him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the rotation sometimes in the future. But to get there, however, he'll definitely have to improve his handle and his frame and work to be a better point of attack defender and a defender on the drive as well. And he has a ceiling for me of winning rotation, which is higher than a lot of players around him in this realm, but I think because I have, once again, similar to everybody else, out of the league floor and reserve average, I think those are more likely outcomes than him reaching that winning rotation ceiling. But like I said, chances are I might be too low. And in his season for Mega Basket out in Serbia, he averaged 13.7 points, 7 rebounds, 2.7 assists. So you can see that there is a realm where he is passing well, he is rebounding well. But, you know, look at the Santa Cruz film that's over what I'm saying. And he gave 0.8 blocks, 0.8 steals, and shot 54, 37, and 76. And so obviously it was very efficient, but I'm just worried about his ability to translate this into higher level competition where everyone is bigger, stronger, and faster. Started listening to some opinions and hearing some people out, as well as what they project of other people in the draft compared to Sion James, and I started to believe a little bit more into the fact that maybe he can find success as a jumbo guard who moves it well and makes people better around him. I first thought that he might not have the speed to really play the guard position in the league, and obviously that concern still exists for me. I'm starting to appreciate his high IQ more, as well as his solid shooting and willingness to play a role. He did all of this at a high level at Duke, and I think that probably was a good tryout for him to be an NBA player. And so I think that there's definitely a way for him to continue that stretch into the NBA, but I obviously think it could go the other way, and he could simply just not be able to be as quick as NBA players, and that really affects his ability to guard and play on offense as well. But now I'm generally more optimistic than not about him being able to make it to that second contract and come off the bench for various teams. And so for ceiling, I have him as a non-winning rotation player. Floor, out of the league, average reserve, all very similar stuff to other guys around him at this point. And his final season in college at Duke, after transferring from Tulane, he averaged 8.6 points, 4.2 rebounds, 3 assists, 0.8 steals, 0.3 blocks, and shot 51, 41.
Arizona Wildcat. 1997 MCH. He came on my podcast today, so I know he's watching. Oh, yeah, he's in the weight room. Well, you know what? No. Congratulations to head coach at Sacramento State.
Proctor finds Flagg. Good ball movement. James in the corner. Team foul against Baylor.
You need to go, too, Bird.
James.
Of this kid to compete at this level. Really impressive.
James takes it strong. Slow start for Mark Sears. Sears is 0 for 2. He's turned it over twice as well. James kicks it. Quick release.
Wow. Okay, but what? Why? How? Okay.
So they pin the foul on Henry Vesar. And coming at him. He just does a little look to the left. Vesar thinks the lob's coming on the other side of the basket. High-level competition. Get it ahead for Pryor. We're down to 8:25 to play. First half. Sharp. Wow. Got a three. 3 of the night for Sion James out of Sugar Hill, Georgia. 8-point lead for the Blue Devils. Uzan will try to do it himself. Here in the second half. Sharp over Knueppel. Off the mark.
Even there, Knueppel, they come up with Knueppel.
Dug out of there by Tugler, and it leads to 6.
Yeah, he's got big responsibility with Pryor. Orange set to a high-low.
Uzan, he draws Brown, the big. Now it's Roberts against James, the guard. Bumping bodies. Roberts turns and rims out. Flagg couldn't grab it.
So Marquette's Cam Jones definitely has the shot creation and playmaking to be some type of NBA player, but what I worry about with him finding a role in the league is if everything else in his game will allow him to get onto the floor in the first place. Especially since he's 23 years old, the team is going to have to buy into Cam and empower him to be a part of a rotation and let him be free to operate. And to be honest, I personally don't think that is likely to occur. However, I will still acknowledge the scoring and the passing talents that he does have. And I think inevitably, his lack of a defensive prowess will keep him from being a real rotational piece. And he'll definitely need to improve as a shooter as well before that can really happen. Of course, he is a high-level playmaker and a high-level shot creator, but those are pretty common in the NBA. And the ones in the NBA are honestly a lot more efficient and possibly younger as well. And so that's why I have him lower than a lot of the kind of niche podcasters, I guess you could say, that like to take swings. And so for ceiling, I have non-winning rotation. I do think there is a chance he comes into the league and plays, I guess, but floor out of the league, average reserve, just like a lot of these other people. I listed why I think that's a chance. And at his last season playing for Shaka Smart at Marquette, he put up 19.2 points, 4.5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.5 steals, and shot 48, 31, 64. And obviously the 48 is an outlier when putting it next to that 31, which makes me think that, you know, he's a great mid-range shooter and a great finisher, but, you know, I don't think teams are really going to let him get to the basket as much, and they're going to want him to shoot more threes. And if you can't do that, it shrinks the floor for him and for his teammates. And that low free throw percentage scares me as well.
Yeah, but Gus, you got to do a better job of cutting off the dribble.
Cam Jones. And he'll get the ball. Marquette has missed their last 12 threes. Incredible perimeter pressure by the Red Storm. Jones, drive,
Said, fellas, we know this is a program. At the Big East tournament, it takes multiple efforts. You have that championship team.
But Marquette will challenge it too. Spiro, they'll come right back at you, as you see right there, but pretty good balance by New Mexico.
Joplin, top of the circle. This is Cam Jones, their star.
Good look.
Into the corner, Ben Gold. That's a three.
Waiting for Marquette to come down the floor.
Can Cam Jones get going, Jim? He's only one of his first 4, 2 points. Their leading scorer, Gold. That's a three.
14-9 now.
In the corner, Chase Ross, lefty.
And they went 13-7 in Big East play. Rebound for Vichanen. As Jones misses on his first hit. Here's Nelly Jr. Joseph, really top of the scouting report for Marquette, which Shaka Smart told us yesterday. Junior Joseph, a little bit of a bobble.
So I'm not really a big fan of Alex Tui's game, but the Australian did improve as a shooter, so I will at least recognize that. And I think his path to becoming a role player will probably rely on the Swiss Army knife abilities and versatility. He's very similar to Liam McNeeley and other players in that Franz Wagner-esque role, like the Hugo Gonzalez's that I've been talking about. And luckily for him, he is a wing forward who can willingly move the ball, shoot a solid perimeter shot, and usually I think there is a type of player in the league for that, but the eye test of his film for me kind of soured me on him. I can't quite explain it, but I don't think he's going to be as athletic to compete at the next level, and I just really don't see it. And so I have his ceiling as a non-winning rotation player for that reason, floor out of the league and average out of the league. And this is why we're kind of running into the type of players that I just don't think will stick around this late in my board. And, you know, if you look at the history of the draft, coming to around the 40s, that's pretty common. And in his season in Australia, he put up 11.5 points, 3.8 rebounds, 1.4 steals, 0.8 blocks, and shot 47, 34, 74. So you could see the efficiency rising, and there is a chance that Alex Tui becomes someone who maybe is even a winning playoff rotation player. But for me personally, I just don't see it happening.
But you look at that last possession, Bryce Cotton had a three to take that out to 17 at quarter time. And then Kings, they went down and they got it down to 11. So that was very, very lucky. And then hit another three right here. But Perth just let them back in the game. And there's a great option. Great change up by Perth. Bruce.
Bounce pass to Alex Tui to break down the defence. And now Xavier Cooks gets another go.
Pender took off on release of Cam Oliver's shot. Got a fortunate bounce and a quick pass from Cotton as Tui attacks, and now
really formally. Do you see some traits in him as a player that you now recognise in his coaching?
The intensity, the competitiveness, and the love of basketball.
4 and 11 have struggled outside their home city. As well as their Hawks by 9, who are a fantastic home team at 9 and 4. Trying to make it 5 straight home victories.
So Hansen Yang is someone that I actually do think could make some type of impact at the next level. Although I will say it's really tough for me as an evaluator to compare what he was doing in the China League to how he might translate to the NBA, especially given the fact that he's huge. Obviously, he played very well at the Combine, and so he was doing great against similar comp to other second-round talents. But what confuses me about him is, once again, similarly to a bunch of other prospects, I wonder if the athleticism for Hansen Yang will allow him to stay on the floor. He has a great sense of offensive timing and screening, and we saw this in the Chinese League. He has a great set of post moves, and the jumper honestly doesn't look all too terrible, and he was pretty dominant out there. And so obviously with that in mind, there is a chance he could put it all together, and that's why I have his ceiling as a non-winning rotation. I think someone of his size, with the rebounding he presents and the shot blocking, because he was a great shot blocker out in China, I think teams will give him a chance and take a flyer on him and throw him out there just to see what happens. But floor out of the league, you know, there is a chance that he is simply not conditioned well enough to go up and down the court, and that's fine. You know, there's a lot of guys that are that big that don't end up working out. So for him, I don't think it's a massive disappointment if he finds himself in the G League or in other international leagues. And on average, I think he could be a reserve, someone who sticks around in the NBA as maybe a practice player or a scout team player for a solid amount of years and, you know, gets some offhand non-rotational minutes either in garbage time or coming in as an injured reserve. And in that last season in China, he put up averages of 16 points, 10 rebounds, 2.8 assists, which I'm intrigued by, as well as 0.9 steals and 2.7 blocks, and was very efficient.
所分的分差，最后的1分钟，一节双方
长度拉满。2队1对1打杨汉森，杨森这球来了。这个3分球啊，是青岛队开第1节4个以后，终于又命中了一个3分球。但是回来以后，还是照打这个低位，还是1对1。差点。而且脾气啊，情绪比较稳定。红。任务直接点开了，无进球。
So I'm pretty low on Hunter Sallis, especially thinking about an older player who is a mid-range shot creator. He just doesn't really fit the mold of what I typically look for in the NBA and what I typically think succeeds, but I will say the shot creation talent is pretty apparent, and I think he might be the best mid-range shooter in the draft. But when you're thinking about his age, it's tough to consider that teams might be willing to take a chance on him, especially since he doesn't really move it well. I don't think he's a very willing passer, to say the very least, and I don't really think he's that excellent as a defender as well. Obviously, he has great size. I believe he is around 6'5", and you know, players are, or I guess other scouts, are much higher on him than I will be. But at the end of the day, I've seen players like this come through that aren't willing passers, don't really make much of an impact at the next level, and then fall out of the league. And so for ceiling for Hunter Sallis, I have non-winning rotation, and I think that's actually pretty fair. I don't know what team in the playoffs is going to look for him to go in and get a bucket. You know, maybe you can think about guys like Benedict Mathurin, but Mathurin is much more of a gamer, hustles a lot more, and is a lot younger than Hunter Sallis. Floor, I have him out of the league, and average, I have him as reserve, because I still do think teams will look for him to maybe get those one-off non-rotational minutes as well. But in that last year at Wake Forest, he put up 18 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1.2 steals, 0.5 blocks, and shot 45, an unfortunate 27% from 3. And so, you know, someone with that level of shooting from 3, and I guess it was because it was high-level shots, you know, he's probably going to want to take it to the next level as well, and I just don't think that's something people will enjoy from him. But he did shoot 80% from the line, so maybe there's a chance.
At the Reed, who made it 3 at the end of the first half, going to pass that one up. Sallis airborne, hit it. Johnson just pounding. Burton gets a takeaway, and Sallis
in next year. His son, we brought up, Braden Shrewsbury, out for the year.
Ball, I mean, everybody locked in on Davis and Burton on the drive. Getting good production out of him.
And that is precisely what Coach Shrewsbury was talking about today, that they need from Jai remainder of this year and then the next 2 years.
And Hilda for about 3 to 4 inches with Powell being able to attack the basket and see over top of the defense.
Sallis feeding inside.
Offensive rebound.
Wake really got up a hot start, but Carolina's come on strong here.
Floor getting guys open.
And that's Ndongo. His last 5 games, he's averaged 21 points and 14 rebounds per game. Johnson in the corner.
Johnson has had from 3. Cameron Jones actually hesitated on the first one to throw it to him at the top of the key. And after 2 misses like that, he may not get a third.
Cadeau with the ball. He had 10 assists in their win against Notre Dame.
Off the bench.
North Carolina only 15 points to this juncture of the game. Mainly because this man with the ball has been shut out. No longer
what they do defensively, they can stifle you.
Way down between the game and shot clock, which is now down to 15. Jackson off the dribble. Does not need a lot of room to get off a shot. On the drive. Rebound tipped up.
Wisconsin's John Tonje is someone who had 6 college seasons of film for me to go through. And, you know, going through his film, he reminds me a lot of that Malik Beasley, Chaz Lanier type of guys, except I just don't think he is quick enough or as athletic enough as Chaz Lanier to be a movement shooter, which is why I have him so low. And he's also just super old. I have him as a non-winning rotational ceiling, floor out of the league and average reserve, because I do think there is a chance that some teams will want to play him because he was hyper efficient. He shot just about 50, 40, 90 and put up 20 points, 5.3 rebounds and 1.8 assists. But, you know, given his physical tools, gave effectively nothing on the defensive end. And so I guess, you know, if the shooting translates, he could be someone that gets thrown into the mix. But once again, I don't know if John Tonje is really going to thrive in the NBA. Hence why I have him as low as I do.
Shooter, and they needed that one.
That's right. Shoots at 41% from the three-point line, so he's comfortable out there.
Tonje will try a triple of his own, and he got it. And one.
Tonje, back portal.
Powell trying to get Tonje involved to go to work. He's got a runway.
Empty side.
Gritty approach. Tonje, the dribble drive. The fade. He's got it. Krell just missed a three. Back into the hands of Tonje. They show Zapawa. Tonje, string.
Great trust in his guys now.
Tonje, no shot. The step away. It goes.
Let it up. His assistant coaches had to step in because they needed to focus on what they needed to get out of that huddle, with certain frustration for Michigan State and Tommy.
State offense has been in some quicksand throughout the day. Richardson scored all 10 of his points in the first 10 minutes. Tonje.
Off the mark. Nell's the guy that hit the three. Saunders draws a double team, kicks it outside. Nell will try another one. Got that one.
Wisconsin back in this ball game.
Nell got his man in the air, had it blocked. Has a look over the head coach, Kevin Young.
Coach Young's calling that elbow action.
Saunders bumps with Tonje, missed his shot. Crowd with a rebound. Three, tipped out Tonje.
So at just 18 years old, Australian center Rocco Zikarsky is a true 7'3" and has pretty impressive movement for someone of that size, although I'm not really sure he's going to be able to do much else other than run the floor and be big, and you know, maybe he could develop into something. But at this point in the draft, it's hard for me to not take someone like him, because as we'll talk about with the rest of the guys, everyone has a lot of flaws. Nobody is a great prospect, but there is just a hint of upside for each guy. And I think the upside for Rocco is his shooting. He shot 20% from three, which for most players I would say is terrible, but for someone who's 7'3" and this low on my board, I'm just looking for positives. I have him as a non-winning rotational ceiling, assuming he can get better at setting screens, assuming he can be tall going forward. I think that's about the best he can get. Average reserve, floor out of the league once again. And in his lone season in Australia that I was looking at, he put up 4.5 points, 3.5 rebounds, 0.3 assists, 0.3 steals, 0.7 blocks, and shot 50 from the field, that 20% from three like I've been saying, and 65 from the line.
These are the Sydney Kings. As will the Perth Wildcats, as Penda trying to put some moves on Rocco, who swatted it away.
Volleyball
and then gets running in transition. Gives it to the youngster Savage. Rocco with the offensive rebound.
Edgecombe za tricu. Ništa, ali sjetan odbijanac Glovera. Pa Malik Lewis, igrač koji zastupa Trinidad i Tobago. Kako promašao.
Impact in the NBL. He does so in the NBL 1, winning a national title to McKay Meteors, and he was in the All-NBL 1 first team. He actually broke Matthew Dellavedova's assist record at St Mary's. He's bounced.
Scoring slowed down here for Brisbane. Just 6 points so far in the quarter. Taipans currently on an 8-0 run.
He has always been high.
And now, like you said, you get a little bit older. Rather than going in dunking on somebody, you take that one.
So, okay, obviously Johni Broome was probably the second best player in college basketball this season. But for him, he fits that classic archetype of guys that I personally am never high on, of being that old, below-the-rim college center who probably doesn't project to be as athletic or as good of a defender to play at the next level. Think about Oscar Tshiebwe. I was feeling this way about Zach Edey. He's one of the ones that proved me wrong, but Luka Garza, Drew Timme, there are plenty of these types of guys that just come through and don't really figure it out. And so for that reason, we're at the point of my board where I have guys with ceiling reserve, floor out of league, and average reserve. And obviously he has great post moves. The shot's nice. You know, he's a solid playmaker out of the post. But, you know, I don't know exactly what his role is going to be. Maybe think about the way Trayce Jackson-Davis figured things out in Golden State. He was someone that I was also low on, but I guess you got to give Johni Broome some credit for feel for the game and what he was able to put together at Auburn. And in that season, he averaged 18.6 points, close to 11 rebounds, 3 assists, a steal, 2 blocks, and shot 51, 28, and an unfortunate 59 from the line. And so with Johni Broome, what I'll be looking for to see him maybe crack a rotation in the league is the ability to bruise with bigger bigs when it comes to NBA minutes.
Time going back to the traditional starting lineup as well. Ball fake, Baker Mazzara, and now isolation for Broome. A little more of a stunt by Richardson. The spin, Broome, unstoppable right now. In the victory over Michigan, when they went on a run and the Wolverines couldn't stop them. It was a 34-8 run in the second half. And that's where you got to be alert off the ball, because Broome is a willing passer. Drop step, he got away with it a little bit. This kid's got a great handle, Grant. Broome's jumper is there. Counters with Carson Cooper. Catch, Broome. Cooper draws the assignment. And the sweep. Pettiford switches to the right hand. And it's put down by 8-point game. What's another one? Baker Mazzara slips to the rim. And Broome spins it in. +1. 45-36. Fiddler back in. Same play. Jones for Broome. There's that flex screen on the baseline. Off the deflection. Keep it moving for Kelly. Back for Broome. First Sweet 16 appearance for Auburn since 2019. They went to the Final Four that year. Back in Broome. They pulled the chair out from under him. A Rick Mahorn move. Rich appears in more buildings. Against this defense of Auburn. We have more turnovers combined this half than we had the entire first half. Very strategic by Bruce, though. Once he gives it up, don't give it. Let's get it back. Beat the post. Johnson. Just under 7 minutes to go, and Florida now up by 1. Broome's got it out. That's it. Broome upstairs. Auburn team that only averages 9.3. Golden couldn't save it to his team. Low pass. Jones handles it. So you have a fifth-year senior passing to a graduate student. The experience of Baker Mazzara and Cardwell. Off the penetration, Martin, kick, Condon. The back end by the Aussie. Played very well in the first meeting between these teams. Out in the matchup with Johnson. Nice denied by Kelly. Condon spins it the other way for Chinyelu. Turn at Deuce. And they did it for a moment. That's what Condon can do, though. Find people. Right now it's Clayton on the double team. Great defense so far. 10 to shoot. Richard looks to the post. Condon peeks at the clock. Spin by Condon. It's done by Broome. Look at this defense, too. How just missed one from there. This time
So Michigan's Vlad Golden has been someone who transferred from FAU and has had definitely a college career in the spotlight, but, you know, given his age, given the fact that he's not exactly as tall of a center as I'd want him to be for how sturdy he is, so, you know, he's small and doesn't move incredibly well, I do think there's a chance he makes rotations because he is a great rebounder. He is a pretty solid shot blocker, and he can make a hook shot or two. And so I gave him a non-winning rotation ceiling, but an out-of-the-league floor and an out-of-the-league average because of the fact that I just think he's very similar to that archetype of those old college centers who don't move quite well and can't really guard. And if you are going to be a center and a terrible defender, your chances of being an NBA player are pretty slim. He averaged 16.6 points, 7 rebounds, 1.1 assists, 0.5 steals, 1.4 blocks, and shot 61, which hyper efficient, very nice. 30 from 3 on super low volume. He probably took like 1 3 at the end of the shot clock, 1 to 2 threes, and shot 73% from the line. And with Vlad Goldin, you know, the hope is that he relies less on the post and becomes a better roller. You know, I think if he gets drafted to the same team as Danny Wolf, then I'll probably be a lot higher on him and a lot more excited for what he could bring.
Underneath, Golden.
Another turnover. Like I said, this team takes care of the ball. They only turn over about 8 times a game, 4 already in this ball game.
Exactly. Inside, and that's hard to defend.
And some of these looks have been really good looks.
Yeah, they have. Golden brings it back on top to Tre Donaldson as we're at the 3-minute mark. 5 to shoot. Inside to go. Nice movement by Mitchell. Golden trying to back in at the free throw line. Almost lost the handle. Then with a left hand. Back to Wolf. And now Golden picked up the extra pass. Wolf misses in close. Golden sticks it back up and scores.
Xavier Amos in for the first time. I think it's the amount of play the last few days.
Both teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Michigan is 3 of 10 from the field. Golden back in for the Wolverines along with Burnett.
A nice job by Winter recovering here.
Golden.
She's got that soft, that muscle.
Aggressive case and rejected by Amos.
Great reaction.
And it's Golden.
Get engaged. You got to get these bigs of Michigan going.
Inside, there's
He's not going to be able to get all the way to the rim, but that mid-range shot will be there.
But he won.
Tanjay is 0 of 7 from the field. Golden back in on crowd, bumping bodies. Golden leads in for 2.
Opportunities off the drive.
First Sweet 16 appearance for Auburn since 2019. They went to the Final Four that year. Back in room. They pulled the chair out from under him. A Rick Mahorn move.
Rich appears in more buildings.
Janai puts his head down. Flips it up. Short.
A good defense there by Cardwell, sliding his feet, not fouling Wolf on that drive.
Kelly clears. Jones looking to set up Broom one-on-one with Golden. Broom lines it up. Rebound. Burnett got his hand. Making threes. 3 of 16 from long range. Feed it to Broom. Playing with those 2 fouls. Body bump with Golden. Turns. Tip it goes. Pettiford in. Chaney Johnson as well for Auburn.
That's gave really good minutes in the first half.
Broom missed it.
Make them commit.
Broom, there you go. Powers in, missed it.
He's got 8 points in the paint. Michigan with the advantage. We're under 7 minutes to go first half. Payne swirls inside, lays it in.
So Amari Williams is a pretty intriguing prospect, except I don't really know if he's going to be able to do any of what excites me about him in college in the league. He handled the ball a lot as a driver and dished out a solid amount of passes, but what I think is going to ultimately be the thing that gets Amari Williams a second contract is the ability to rebound, block shots, and put simple shots in the basket. And so I don't really know, given what I've seen from him in college, if that's something he is ready and excited about doing. So I gave him a reserve ceiling, out of league floor and out of league average. And at this point in the big board, you know, you're not going to find players that I really think are going to have NBA careers. And so he's also pretty old. And in his final season for Kentucky, he had 11 points, 8.5 rebounds, 3.2 assists, a steal, 2 blocks per game, and shot 56 from the field and an unfortunate 62% from the line. So he's not very polished, but he likes to do some fun things, and that intrigues me a little bit. But given his sheer size, maybe there's a chance he becomes a role player.
And Ivisic again. Knocked away Williams, another block for him. He'll go the other way. Down low. Jackson Fields puts it up and off. Another rebound by Williams. He now has 8. There it comes. Look at him gallop. No getting in his way. Oh! Where you are. Download the CBS Sports app to watch today. Carr spins. Owen gives to Williams.
Garrison finds a cutting Williams. Left hand, strong hand. That's on with 10 points in this first half. Berry. Ball fake, Williams. Clutch. You're like a week from your career ending at the college level. The pressure that's been put on Travis Perry and Noah and Chandler given the injuries. Andrew Carr is 6'11". And he is healthy, which is a huge, huge difference the way he's been. Williams, soft touch, and
maybe feeling the moment a little bit right now. The stakes are high. Ivisic on top. Illinois has won 5 of their last 6. Ivisic with a 3.
Right here, let me talk.
He'll be happy I'm promoting another product of his. Riley's got it on top. Have a gigantic game on Friday. Ivisic at 3. He was 0 of 5. But his presence on the floor, Dan, is huge.
He is an elite defender, and he really keeps Kentucky organized.
Johnson on top with the pump fake, goes right into Williams in the paint. And Williams goes.
He is a prototypical center of the modern game.
Riley with the ball, off the bench most of the season. Jakucionis has been starring. Him and Cooper Flagg have similar numbers. The only 2 freshmen in that category. That's knocked away.
Dan, that analysis is just right on.
I studied all your notes.
No one has scored without shooting the ball.
So RJ Lewis Jr. is someone who entered the portal and the draft at the same time, and to be honest, I think he probably should have went back to college and not come back to St. John's. He kind of had his draft stock tank after his final game, and so I guess am falling victim to that. But at St. John's, he averaged 18.2 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1.4 steals, 0.6 blocks, and shot 43, 33, 75. And so if you're going to take RJ Lewis, you're thinking about someone who could either go one of 2 ways in the league, and that's being a shot creator or a 3-and-D wing. And obviously at this point, you'd probably want him to be that 3-and-D wing because he was pretty good at moving the ball. He was a solid defender, but ceiling, I have him as a non-winning rotation player because I think teams might want him to come off the bench, shoot some threes, and try to lock down the 4th or 5th best player on the other team. But floor out of the league, average out of the league, these are the types of players we're working at this point in my board.
Edge of 4 at the free throw line. Now Lewis looking for a shot. Dancing. 8 to shoot. He lost it. Outlet. Richmond. He's got Sweet Lou trailing. Double pump. Coach Mack. Today is McAndrew. RJ Lewis. Inside. And he is the smallest of all these bigs that are out there. Davis with Lewis trying to slide with him. It's not there. It means playing for a spot in the Sweet 16. Davis open for 3. NCAA tournament trying to cover Boogie Flan. He's a very good shooter. They need him. They need somebody to do something. Brazil hands off Wagner. Wagner trying to get to the basket. Sends it out. Deflected. Flan has it. 4 to shoot. Richmond in the paint. Richmond, yes. Davis
Out to Flan, deep three for Boogie. It's good. And Jonas Adou comes to the scorers table for Arkansas. Set to check in.
4 fouls. I don't know, a little early, up 6.
Wagner spinning on Lewis, and it goes.
So Dink Pate was also one of those guys that was ranked very high in the draft, similarly to Nolan Traore. And then, as opposed to Nolan Traore, he had a cataclysmic season with the Mexico City G League team. And although he is super athletic and has shown flashes of shot creation and defensive playmaking and upside, you know, I just really don't see it. I think floor out of the league, average out of the league as well, and ceiling non-winning rotation. For the Capitanes, he had 10.1 points, 5.1 rebounds, 2.1 assists, 0.6 steals, and was just super inefficient. Shot 40% from the field, 26 from 3, and 58 from the line. And I think what it's going to take for him to crack a rotation is probably more years in the G League where he gets his IQ better, becomes a better connective piece and a better teammate, and just simply shoots it better. I mean, the highlights of him on the defensive end are very excellent to see, but he was super turnover prone, took some weird shots, and doesn't really present that role player upside for someone who's not going to be picked high in the draft.
Some success with the Spaniard in charge, Jordi Fernandez, head coach of the Nets.
Proud.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's who they missed.
I think one of my favorite things we did this year on the Saltcast was popping players.
Heck yeah.
Popping players was fun. Somehow we got to bring that back somewhere, someday.
Oh, so we do have a set board. Head Ben Dink back over to Clark. Gianna said it. Clark's been given the green light. Passes it to Dink, and there's going to be a foul.
Like dunks to start this game. Staying in the deflection.
The guy at the head of the bench.
I want to know what the arena's like because we know something I didn't mention last game is Jaden Shackelford. He reached 2,000.
At least past last night. You know, I had him going past.
Like, it barely made it to the paint.
Greg Brown, the third into the game. Also, Kyle Rose in for Mexico City. Malachi Smith is in there now for Memphis. Hinton will pull the trigger on a 3, and who's in the league, third in three-point percentage. Spinning tough shot by Hinton comes up short.
Yeah.
Of all the ball people in the world, you came up with Don Zimmer.
Oh, I think Rodriguez. I think those are Giannis's.
City signed just a couple of games ago. Now getting his chance. Off the window, Darion Seabron.
Okay, so now we're kind of at the point where we're talking about people that I just don't really think are going to have NBA careers, and unfortunately for Ihsan Almanasa, I do acknowledge the talent, but after he was just suspended for PEDs, I'm a little lower on him now than even when I was then, but I just don't really know what he's supposed to be. He played for the New Zealand Breakers, and at 6'10", you know, I saw a lot of clips of him trying to guard out on the perimeter, but he's kind of undersized and plays below the rim. He can't really defend at all, in my opinion, and doesn't really shoot it either. But I guess the upside for him is that maybe the shot does come around, and he is kind of athletic, so you can see where the versatility might be something to consider. And so for that reason, I have him as a non-winning rotation player, but floor out of league, average out of the league, because you're going to watch the same film I do. The shot mechanics aren't that awesome. It's kind of slow, and he gets picked apart even in Australia. So, what do you think is going to happen in the league? But in that year, he averaged 7.2 points, 4 rebounds, 0.8 assists, 0.4 steals, 0.3 blocks, and shot 52, 30, 59, all while on performance-enhancing supplements.
Chance, and Windler got the hand in. Cotton gives it up to the youngster.
Swinging side to side, back cut like it's...
out for Cotton, but there's Almanza.
Case, the only time we're looking for right now is when Bryce comes out. The countdown to 40.
For him in the last 3 minutes, defense and energy from the Phoenix has been terrific. Look at that passing as well. Oh, Lord! Ball from both teams to start this final term. Everything on the line. Semi-final berth. Wieskamp had Penda jumping. Sorber put it on the floor. Carved his way through. Just couldn't make it. Back on a bit of a roll. This man has a chance to do it. Third. Good option in the end. Just gets his way in.
Allen, so he gets straight feet in the paint and is able to lay it up. Great work by the youngster.
Deep two was well off the mark.
Windler got the hand in. Cotton gives it up to the youngster.
Okay, so Eric Dixon is the other player I was alluding to when I was talking about Collin Murray-Boyles as just another type of Julius Randle kind of player. And, I was listening to him talk about his game and thinking that he can come off the bench and be a spark plug type of scorer. But to be honest, I don't know what team is going to allow a four-year college player who plays exactly like Julius Randle except cannot guard and is not going to be probably as efficient as he was in college at the next level, dominate the ball. And so for that reason, I have ceiling reserve, floor out of the league, and average out of the league as well. I will admit, great scorer, great rebounder, but I just don't really think he is athletic or big enough to really dominate like Julius Randle does. And so I just don't really see him playing in the NBA. But at that last season with Villanova, he averaged 23.3 points. You got to acknowledge he was probably the best scorer this season in college basketball. But was he picking on weaker, younger players? Absolutely. 5.1 rebounds, 2 assists, 0.8 steals, 0.3 blocks, 2 turnovers per game because he just had the ball so much, but was efficient at 45, 40, 80.
UCF seems like the more focused, relaxed team here in overtime.
Dixon. Inside. Pump fake. Step through. Jump hook. Good. Villanova can get closer here. Dixon. Driving. Almost lost it. On Chaz. Turnaround Jay. It's the go. Poplar. To Dixon. He'll take a three. And Agee sets his feet. Everything a little long for both these teams.
Yeah, Agee in particular, wide open shots.
Now Dixon driving. Perimeter shot. When he came to Villanova, he was not a three-point shooter, and he has really worked so hard.
And at the same time as he had a season-high 24 points back in January against Iowa from 9-10 shooting.
Dixon. 43 to 36. Dixon. Across the lane. Inside. Working with a rebound. Longino the other way. Now Dixon.
In the backcourt.
Dixon. On Agee. Stop and start. Started by Perkins. Tries a double. Somebody's open. They swing it. In and out.
Beat in his hands in the second half.
Johnson the kick. Debo Coleman D. Got it.
Make better decisions with the ball when it comes out that double team.
That's a great idea by Mike Nardi. Coleman in and out. $100,000 and a chance to play for $300,000. Debo Coleman backs it up. 10 to shoot. Johnson squares up on Perkins. Kicks. Baseline. Rising fire. In and out.
At this point now, who's coming back? Nobody from Detroit.
Say Thomas. Agee sets his feet.
Okay, so Michael Ruzic is definitely going to be a draft and stash player. He's not someone that I really think is going to ever play in the NBA, honestly. And, there are plenty of guys that get stashed and never see the floor. But for Michael Ruzic, I think what it will take for him to come into the NBA is improving his shot, pretty much improving everything. But what there is to like about him is he's big. He's a very fluid mover, and the shot mechanics are solid. He played international ball and averaged 3.7 points, 1.2 rebounds, 0.2 assists, 0.2 steals, shot 50 from the field, 24 from 3, and 33 from the line. Not awesome. He also didn't play much and didn't really play in a good league or situation, but you're looking at someone who is kind of in that Bogolyub, Markovic, Alexei Pokusevsky role as a tall, lengthy wing with some potential to put it on the floor and do more, but I don't really see it with Michael Ružić, to be honest, which is why I have ceiling reserve, floor out of league, average out of league, and at this point in my draft board, there are plenty of guys who probably won't end up playing in the NBA.
Bez previše igre leđima i odborivanjem nije igra Tomić da telom onemogući Dianje za ovu realizaciju.
Amerikanac sa poljskom putovnicom. Definitivno veliko pojačanje za Zaragozu. Evo nam lopte u kutu za Majka. Tomić radi blok Vivesu. Ide u rolling Ante Tomić. Pa ostavio Ružiću krasno dodavanje. Ružić! Napadat će Panga. Blok Ribasu radi Ružić. Ružić je ostao sam na trici. Ružić! Kanci. Dodson. Ružić. Neće se dizati na tricu iako ima mismeć sa Benom Haynesom. Ružić sada traži loptu u reketu. Ružić!
Dominguez je sam, nije pogodio.
Peti razlike na startu druge četvrtine vodstvo za Manresu, koja ima i napade. 300 Steinberg sa prekratak, ali 7-0. Dodson ništa. Može da lopte Ružića. Perez ništa. Čukas ništa.
Panter s loptom. Parker za 2, ne zadržit će.
So Malik Lewis is actually, funny enough, as the last guy on my board, someone that I think has the potential to surge a lot higher than these other guys, and I probably should have had higher than these other guys, but with all that being said, he's 6'8", hyper athletic, played in the NBL, but didn't really have much of a role for them, and that's why I'm thinking it's going to be tough for him to entirely develop into someone that makes an impact at the next level, especially when you consider he's kind of a tweener between a center and a power forward and doesn't really have good enough size for either. And so, I have him reserve, ceiling, out of league floor, out of league average, but I think his ceiling actually might be higher than what I'm giving him credit for, except for the fact that I'm worried about the translation into the league. Like I said, he shoots it a little bit, but not really, and was an effective driver. But the athleticism is really what you're betting on with him. And he put up 6.9 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 0.4 steals, 0.5 blocks, and shot around 29-30 from 3. And so for Malik Lewis, who's someone that I actually am starting to convince myself into more and more as the draft approaches, it's going to have to take a lot of reps for him to get more in tune with his body and get better fundamentals with the ball. But also, teams probably don't want him to really put the ball on the floor much, so his role player upside isn't the best.
Somewhere Leonard Copeland's watching young as if Drew was ever coming out of the game. Malik Lewis.
Nekoć je bio u Fuenlabradi. Blanchfield izvana, također doma. Ali evo, danas nikakve neizvjesnosti ovdje nema. Dejs za 3, Dejs ne... Interesantno, Ilavar ima više izgubljenih lopti od...
average Axe NBL in a do-or-die game 2 for the Phoenix. Hickey inside, friendly.
Moma may have a tape on. They can't hit the side of a barn with a frozen chicken.
Kadee on the other hand with his... We're trying to quell Kendrick Davis. Harrell down low with 3 on the clock. The spin and the finish from...
So with all that being said, that is the conclusion of my draft board. If you made it this part, you probably know that this is a super long video, and I kind of am someone who has very strict guidelines for how I like to look at the draft. And so I think some honorable mentions for this would be Will Richard, Peyton Sandfort, Grant Nelson, and Lachlan Ulbrich. These are all guys that I considered having on my board, except thinking about their upside as opposed to some of these other players. I couldn't quite make them into the top 58. It was 59 because Momo Gay withdrew, but especially with Will Richard, I think Will Richard and Peyton Sandfort especially are people that I think could come in and be those high value role players. When you think about Will Richard out of Florida, you know, the on-off stats for him are pretty incredible, and I think he could be a connective piece that I just wanted to mention as being one of those undrafted guys that really makes a difference. And same thing with Peyton Sandfort. But in general, you know, talking about this draft as a whole, I'm pretty excited to see what unfolds. Looking up and down my board, I see a lot of guys who are not perfect prospects and a lot of guys who have tons of potential to become something even more than what I'm giving them credit for. And at the end of the day, that's the fun of the draft. You never exactly know what's going to happen, but you're always rooting for every player to become a star and find a role. And you know, I had a lot of fun making this video. This is definitely the most time I've ever put into a single video. I mean, obviously it's super long, but yeah, hopefully if you've made it to this part, you know, leave some comments, let me know what you think, and thank you.